welcome. Welcome on into this special stream on this lovely, lovely Monday night. Hope you guys are having a good one. I am so ready for this. This is going to be a super fun show. I think, at least. I think it's going to be fantastic. But, yeah. I figure right now, we're going to start the show at 6 o'clock. So we get some time. I wanted to have some time to just kind of chat with you guys. Because since y'all are here for some stream here, you get to actually be here instead of the YouTube video, then I get to just kind of hang out and chat with you guys. Kind of just tell y'all some behind the scenes stuff and just kind of general things. If y'all have any questions about what we've got going on. Puffmaster, welcome on in. We do repairs, welcome on in. Hybrid, welcome on in. And Flutter, welcome on in. Hope you guys are doing well. Because I know that I am. But yeah. Secret leaking? What did I do? Oh, secretly, okay, just in general, because we're going to be, yeah. Yeah, so it's basically just, it's a chill thing. It's just the normal type of stream. But, we're basically gonna, y'all can kind of see some of the PowerPoint stuff beforehand and all that stuff in general, just because y'all are here, y'all are willing to chat. But so yeah, so kind of the rundown of it, just in case y'all aren't aware. I basically have picked, in this case, 5 anime. It's usually gonna be about 5 to 7 shows that we'll kind of rank and just talk about and just do things in general. I have a bunch of different aspects of it that I'm like, yeah, I really like shows. And so we'll just kind of talk about that. Goofy on middle school PowerPoints. I mean, that's the thing. It works. If it works, it works. It's in my comfort zone. We'll kind of change it up as things go on. But, like, PowerPoints are the future of Twitch, honestly. Yeah, I feel like that's just where most just chatting content kind of goes. Yeah, so we're basically just going to be talking about a couple of shows. And then at the start, I'll have y'all kind of do your rating so that I don't have any influence on what y'all rate the stuff, and then we'll just kind of chat about it, kind of talk about some things, just general stuff about the shows, and just like what I liked, what I don't really like. We're gonna kind of keep it. We have like a spoiler free and a non, or like a no spoiler and a spoiler section and stuff. So if y'all do know those shows, if we're in the spoiler free section, please do not mention any spoilers until the spoiler section, because I would feel really bad if, people got spoiled on those kinds of things. But yeah, it'll be pretty simple. So y'all just do your votes. We'll kind of chat. I'll put in my vote. We'll kind of average the two, and depending on what we say here, will be kind of what we try to do. Spoiler: Naruto is. What is Naruto? I don't know. I don't know what happened in Naruto. Although I did watch that. Well, it's not going to be here tonight. Don't worry. What if we tell fake spoilers? Then it's not a spoiler. If y'all say like, I don't know. It's the whole like, Batman dies in Avengers Endgame kind of thing, Or Gandalf dies in Avengers, all that sort of stuff, all those big things. It's not really a spoiler, so it's not a huge deal. But I will ban people who spoil stuff in the spoiler-free section. If I think it's an accident, I'll time you out for a little bit. If it's a little more, if I don't think it's really that way, I might have to do a little ban and then figure stuff out later. But I'm willing to do that. I would spoiler Aaron Yeager has Aaron problems. Don't say that. Don't spoil that. That's so rude. How dare you? Spoiler, you're on an airplane. Pants, how is your airplane flight? Where are you going? What is happening? All right, here. Let me. Also, I have my cam. I figure we do kind of just like a chatting thing here. I'm eating ice cream and I'm about to go get pizza. We're eating great today, guys. We're eating great today. It's literally a defining character trait. I mean, this is true. He's pretty angry most of the time. We'll basically be covering, like, episode 1 stuff, too. So, reading HelloFresh as we speak. Ooh, speaking of which, I don't have it up here. I forgot to put it up here. But, HelloFresh, if y'all haven't checked it out, and below hand, in the little panel, or if you guys use, I think it's !fresh or !HelloFresh, y'all can see the link for the link and my code for my little HelloFresh sponsorship. So if you want to pick up some meals, get yourself a free breakfast with that. I know that my box is coming tomorrow, which is super exciting, so I'll have to cook that and kind of show y'all what's going on with that on stream. But ban me from my own stream for the spoiler. What did I spoil? I was spoiling that I'm gonna get pizza. Yeah, that's gonna happen in a couple minutes, I think. Honestly, we're just chilling out. It's gonna be fantastic. But yeah, so should be pretty simple today. I don't think it's gonna be anything super crazy. I won't say what shows are quite there yet, but I will say that it's gonna be basically like shows that I think are good starter anime. So like, it's not gonna be all the ones that I think are good starter anime. So like, I'll spoil this for you guys since y'all are here. No Attack on Titan, no JJK, and y'all will kind of see. I'll have those later. I have those kind of planned up for later, but for now I'm kind of keeping it to separate things, just because I think there's a bunch more that I like better as like starter ones, but we'll see. This airplane Wi-Fi is abysmal, and you're going to be delayed so bad. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. You're just going to have to type in... oh, by the way, also, the way the voting is going to work, it's going to be basically on a scale of 1 to 10, and then it's going to be a scale of, like, 0.5s. So it'll be, like, on a scale of 1 to 10, what do we think of this show? It'll be, like, 0 to 2, 3 to 4, 5 to 6, 7 to 8, 9 to 10. Y'all pick one of those, and then I do an additional bracket. For like another thing where it's like, I don't know, if you guys pick it's like a 5 to 6, I'll do like a 5, a 5.5, and a 6, and a 6.5. But Kitsand, welcome in, hello. LT's definitely not a starter anime. It kind of works as a starter anime, but like at the same time, it's not. It's for me. I think it's just a little too like gory. It's a great story and like has great characters and like fantastic stuff. But I do think it's a little bit too gory and a little bit too, I don't know. It's hard to start it there. Bleach could be a good one. I haven't seen Bleach yet. So I'll have to kind of see. But, you know, for now. But yeah, no JJK tonight, unfortunately. No AOT. But I will have those later. They're gonna be some good times. So you don't know if you asked, but oh. You're visiting Dig. Oh, I didn't know you were visiting Dig. That'll be fun. You'll have to tell me how it is over there. It's going to be pretty... It's going to be some crazy weather for sure. It was your first anime and it's still your favorite one to this day. It's a good one to be a first anime for sure. You're here for the slice of life section? I don't even think there are slice of lives in this one. There's kind of one. There's one that's kind of a slice of life. But there's going to be like a romance one in a couple of weeks for Valentine's Day since that's coming up. So that'll have a bunch of like slice of lives. Dadgummit, dude, were you talking to me about weather? What do you mean? Yeah. Tried to catch up and skipped over. Oh, yeah. No, I was talking about weather. Just because it's going to be a little rough. The songs people make for anime characters are amazing. This is true. There's a lot of good stuff. Happening. But yeah, I have like 2 sleeper picks, I would say. Probably, if y'all are really into anime, you've definitely heard of them. But I don't know if you've seen them necessarily. And I have 3 that, like, I'm pretty sure that most people who have watched a lot of anime have seen. Also, feel free to vote even if you haven't seen it. Later on, I would ask that you don't. But for now, just trying to get engagement and all that kind of stuff. If y'all just want to do that, just vote however you want to vote. And we'll kind of talk things through as we go. But, Yeah, I have a feeling that like 3 of them everyone has seen, and then the other 2 it's like most people have probably seen, but you've barely watched anime. Hey, fair enough. What is this? There we go. Why would you choose the critically acclaimed 1990s puzzle platform Donkey Kong 64 and the Nintendo 64? You hope you're doing well. Thank you for answering your question. Rock on. Sneaky Walrus, huh? Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Let me see. If I had to live in a fictional universe, why would I choose the world of the critically acclaimed 1990s puzzle platformer Donkey Kong 64 on a Nintendo 64? Rock on for real. Is it? Wait, is it a copy pasta? I've never seen that copy pasta before. That's a wild copy pasta. I mean, it's a good world. I'll sit here and I'll do it. It's got, you got the fruit guns. The fruit guns are so sick. You got those walnuts, those pineapples, pineapple smells, grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Is that what it is? It's not a copy pasta? It looks like a copy pasta a little bit. But that's a good world to pick. I don't know. I've been asked before what world I would live in, and I still don't know. Hyrule is like the one that comes to mind just because I played so much of that. But you trying to hug Lanky Kong? He's your fave. Lanky Kong is good. I'm sure Lanky Kong gives good hugs. He's got big old long arms. I still don't know how my camera works. It's crazy that I haven't figured out how to do this yet, but I can hug you twice. Just wraps around like a snake, some kind of like anaconda. This guy gets it. I do get it. I need to play. I never finished Donkey Kong 64. I tried to 100% it, and I never got around to finishing it, so I really need to do it. Anyways, watch Samurai Champloo. Samurai Champloo is on the list. I haven't done it yet. I've watched a ton. Of shows, Sneaky Walrus, but Samurai Champloo is not one of them. But it is on the list. I've watched like Bebop and I've watched Dandy. I don't know if Dandy's by the same guy, but it's kind of a spiritual successor, so like I kind of consider it similar. But like, yeah, it's on the list. I'm definitely gonna do it. Samurai Champloo. I've heard amazing things about it. You love the Samurai Champloo soundtrack? Ooh, okay. That'll be good. That'd be good to do that. Would you rather be Sneaky or Walrus? That's Sneaky Walrus. I think I would rather be the Walrus. That'd be kind of sick. I mean, I'm already kind of a Walrus, but that's the thing. They're one and the same. True. And MH Rise, you've been hunting for Basario's tail. I can't help you there. I would do it. I don't have the means to help you with that. I'm a hammer player. Welcome on in, Sandon. Welcome on in. Walrus is sneaky, and to be sneaky is to be a walrus. Indeed. Indeed. As you do. As you do. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to go grab that pizza. Just so I have that. Call you Jeff? You got it, Jeff. But I'll be right back. Why are we talking about Boku no Pico? Why did that come up? I don't want to talk about it. I have not seen it. I have not known it. Yeah, I'll keep it up, yeah. What's the thought of pizza? What is your thought of pizza before you turn on? Anime pizza's a good time for sure. Or MHA. Oh, I see. That's a good one. Okay, I just saw Boku no Pico. We're not talking about that. We're not talking about that. Oh, I forgot to turn down the music. Thank you, Sandon. Oh my gosh, there's so much. All right, the 1 hour of silences. Okay. Also, a couple of rules. Couple of rules for people. I'm not going to do the 1 hour of silences tonight, but if you link me the video, I'll do it for next time. I'll do it for next time. There's so much. Getting wild at the wedding with me. True. I'm going to go so hard at my wedding that's coming up. It's going to be so good. Do I still have the hamster link? Yeah. I would have the hamster link. Tonight I'm not going to do it because this is more of like a YouTube thing that's like, I kind of want it to be a little more serious, I guess. But like, I don't know. I will do that. Maybe like if we really want that, I'd do that. I feel like I would just want to have like a bigger audience before I could just have that go in general. But I will make sure that thing is going to be redeemed eventually. I just have to make sure that, you know, for this time I'm going to kind of hold off on it too. Don't just thank you. We do repairs and hybrid were first. Wait, for what? Oh, for the box. True, of course. So, no Boku no Pico. No. I was going to say not tonight. I'm like, no, I'm not going to watch it in general. Heck no. I think the YouTube viewers would love random sound effects. They kind of would. I feel like they kind of would too. It's a valid plan. But for now, we'll kind of hold off. And make sure to bug me about it. Please do, because I'll forget. I got to make sure that we have the metal pipe sound too from last time. But also, this pizza, we have my family was Italian, and we don't make sauce too often. So when we get like sauce from the store, we get it from a brand. I think it's Rayo's is the brand. And apparently they make a pizza, a frozen pizza. So I'm trying that out and seeing what we've got. So here, I'll take the bite for you guys. Don't make fun of how I eat my pizzas. That's pretty good. That's really good. A little spicy. Chat, should I just leave the sauce on here? What do we think? Rayo's makes pretty decent stuff. They do. It's slabs, but you're not Italian to be picking it. Yeah, I'm also probably not. I haven't had enough like straight up Italian food for me to be picky, but it's what my family goes with, so. Alright, I had to take it off. Oh, we're close, guys. We're close. We're close to starting this thing off. Oh, yeah. I need to get my mouse set up. So I have it, and I'll pull it up when we're talking about it, just to make sure. Y'all want a mukbang? I'll do a mukbang. Oh, I forgot. Classroom of the Elite's coming out. I gotta watch that. Am I on? Okay, I am logged in. So let me get that ready. Any guesses as to what the first one's gonna be that I rank? Any guesses? I'm curious if y'all know. Oh, for telling the music was too loud. Oh, I didn't see that before. Thank you guys. The music's gonna be off anyways when we're talking about stuff, but for now it's on. For now it's on. Going by genre? Well, sort of. So this first one's just going to be what I consider to be some good starting anime. There's some that aren't there. Like I said, Attack on Titan wasn't there. And a couple of other things. But we're basically going to have it like there's a romance week. Next week we have, what do I say for next week? Next week is going to be the time travel anime. Cory in the House, true. Like number 1, Haikyuu. I haven't even seen Haikyuu yet. Haikyuu is on the list because I have to watch it for later. Probably gonna Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. That's not a bad guess. Inuyasha. Is it Inuyasha? Oh, Inuyasha. Inuyasha is a good guess. I haven't actually seen Inuyasha, so I'll say it's not that. I plan to watch it very soon. Inuyasha is a good guess. That's a good guess. They have like 30 seconds, guys. Oh man, Toradora would be your pick. That's a good one. That's a good one. Pure Shonen feels like Ultimate Starter anime to me. Like Naruto or Dragon Ball. Those are good guesses. Those are good guesses. I'm not gonna say it's that. I don't think it's that. You're gonna eat good tonight? What did you do? Mob Psycho's your new guest then? Alright, fair enough. We'll see. Let's see what happens, because we are about to go live. I have to turn off the timer. Is the timer just is gonna keep going up. When I stop that. Okay. Let me announce that it is live and ready to go. Okay. Sweet. This is fun. I might have to make this longer because this is so much more fun to just kind of sit here and chat with you guys while we're doing stuff. Welcome. Okay, all right. So we got Hunter x Hunter. Fair enough. Fettuccine and chicken breasts. Oh, that's a good anime. I like that one. Just kidding. Yeah, that actually sounds delicious. I could go for some like chicken Alfredo or something. I have not seen Hunter x Hunter. This is true. This is true. Professional animal anime ranking. What's up, Dig? What's up, Dig? All right. Let me turn the music off. All right. So, everybody, it is now time to start the newest show in our catalog of shows. The first one of the ones that I've announced, which is Mal Monday. So we're gonna be talking about some anime and some shows, particularly once I switch over here. We are particularly... Oh, actually, real quick, before we actually start this, do y'all think I should have it this way? Or do y'all think I should have it this way? This one has my little HelloFresh thing. This one does not. I feel like this one looks better. I forgot to ask beforehand. Animal ranking. I could do an animal ranking stream. That'd be kind of fun. I'll do that before party animals. No HelloFresh? Okay. We'll keep it here for now. But if y'all haven't, y'all check out the link in the or let me just do the exclamation mark fresh. If y'all haven't checked it out already, you should go check out HelloFresh. Is it? Oh, there we go. Check out HelloFresh using my link or use the code when you're at checkout, and you'll get some good food for a little less, and I think you'll also get some breakfast that goes with it, so it's gonna be fantastic. So yeah, check that out if y'all haven't already. It really helps the channel, really supports me. So I really appreciate if y'all could kind of stop by and do that. Plus, you get some great stuff out of great food for a cheaper cost, more effective, all that kind of stuff. All pre-portioned ingredients. Fantastic. It's fantastic. But yes, guys, we have a PowerPoint. We do have a PowerPoint. It's got my mouse too, I think. Does it? Yeah, y'all can see the mouse. All right, everybody. Let me see. Crab's got to be an S tier animal. Crabs are pretty good. Crabs are pretty good. Yeah. So as I was saying beforehand, as kind of the start of the new shows that I kind of announced for this year, Mal Monday is kind of the first big one that I wanted to talk about. And in this case, I figure what's the best place to start than with the starter anime that I think are really good. I haven't seen every show ever, of course. So there might be some shows that kind of fit better, as well as there's some other shows that I have down the line that might fit a little better in this category. But these are 5 of the ones that I think kind of makes sense as starter shows. So if you haven't seen any anime, this is kind of what I recommend. These are some of the ones that I kind of recommend to watch in case, you want to see something new. So, if you're a veteran of watching anime, you've probably seen these. If not, these are good places to kind of start. So, we could be at a crab, return to crab, reject humanity, become coconut crab. Arthropods are better than crabs. True. This is true. This is very true. Wait. Are they? I have no idea. I can't even remember. It's been so long since I've done that. But to start off, I do have a couple of rules for Mal Mondays, just as we're going into things, because I just want to make sure that, like, for people who are new to anime or, like, haven't seen specific shows, that we kind of give them some things, as well as just kind of letting y'all know exactly what's going to be going on with the format. So, first things first, y'all are going to rate the shows that kind of show up first, and then I will rate at the very end. So I don't want to influence your decision and like all those kinds of things. So if I tell you like, oh, I really like this show or I really don't like this show, I don't want to influence it as much as I can. So y'all are gonna rate it first, then I'm gonna rate it, and then we'll just average those scores, and that's what's gonna go on my anime list. I'm allowing 0.5s as well. So like if you like think it's a 5.5 or a 6.5, we'll kind of average those, and if it's like above that, so it'll be like a 0.75 ish or like a 0.5. If it's 0.5 or above, I'll just bring it up a notch, and if it's below that, I'll bring it down a notch. So that's basically how it's gonna go. And the criteria for this is not necessarily if it's like the best show ever or like a masterpiece necessarily. That is kind of part of the criteria, but it's really along the lines of, is it a show that I would rewatch? Is it a show that I would kind of recommend to a friend? Is it a memorable show? Do I remember all the stuff that kind of happened? All those different things that kind of do it, because it's more based on vibes instead of the content that is necessarily there. So I have a score written down as well. So that is technically there. That is technically something that is set in stone. But if y'all really have like a good discussion and can change my mind to make it like a bigger or better, that would definitely work. Are there negative numbers? There are not negative numbers. It's just a poll. I have a poll that's set up that y'all will see. But yeah, so y'all can change my mind. I'm willing to debate things and be like, okay, this is a little better than I was expecting, a little worse than I was expecting. So it's not like it's completely set in stone, but it's fairly set in stone. Every episode, I also get one veto. So if I choose, like, if I think like there's a show that I think is y'all are rating too low or rating too high, I can be like, we're not gonna do that. I'm just gonna put my score in instead. So I'll get my rating, and you guys won't get yours. So know that is a thing. I can do that one time, but if I use it, you guys can run wild with your other shows. So it'll be crazy. We're gonna have a wild list, I think. I'm gonna try to have a spoiler and a non-spoiler section for each show. If you haven't seen the show, the most I'm gonna try to talk about is episode 1. I'm not really gonna go too much past it, and even if there's something huge that happens in episode 1, I'm gonna try my best to avoid that. So if there's some kind of thing that's like you should really watch it to get the full experience, I'll omit some details. So just like make sure that we check it out. Do y'all get a veto? I guess I could add that. We'll see if next time we can do that. Let's see if we can add a veto next time, because I think it would be kind of cool. It would be kind of funny if y'all could just like redeem channel point rewards, and get like a veto. That might be a fun thing to do. The most to talk about is season 1 stuff, probably. I feel like the first episode, because sometimes shows are shorter. Make it a point thing. Yeah. I'll think about that. I'll think about probably for next time, not for this time. But Yeah, I think that episode 1 is probably the best place to start it in the spoiler-free section, at least, in case people want to go through. So, spoiler-free, just go in like, yeah. So sorry for the spoiler-free section of stuff. Just keep it to episode 1 if you can. If there's something huge that happens or like some really like great story, like there's one I can think of later where I'm like, I'm literally gonna talk about what happens in the first like 2 minutes and that's it, because I want the first episode to be an experience. Um, Pants, if you miss the rules, they are on the screen. they're over here, over here. I'm putting them up as we go. So I'm going a little more in depth about it, but this is basically what we got. But yeah, so episode 1, keep it to that if you can. Until the spoiler section. Also, if you spoil anything during the spoiler-free section, you probably will be banned. Okay, so I gotta think about it. Where like I'm probably gonna time you out for a little bit, or at least delete the message, or like give you a warning or something. If it's a consistent thing that keeps happening, I'm gonna have to like time out for sure, or like ban. Especially if you spoil something that is more than just the anime. We're only talking about anime. So if y'all are like manga readers, so like I'm looking at JJK people, do not spoil, do not spoil more of JJK than what is already out, because that is just a thing that happens all the time. 2 strikes, you're out. Yeah, probably something along those lines. Probably somewhere along those lines. Especially like if you're a consistent viewer, and I don't think you're doing it maliciously. If you're maliciously doing it, I'm gonna ban you. If it's something where it's like an accident of like, okay, we probably shouldn't be talking about that, I'll kind of like get rid of that. And I also have y'all will see. Let me do this real quick. We have a clearing spoilers tab. So like, it's basically just gonna be that if we have to move everything up to just kind of get rid of that, that's how we'll do it. It's a little archaic, but that's kind of how we have it working. Got the fancy macros. Yeah, we're trying. There's a whole bunch of things we thought about. Oh my gosh. Mito, thanks for the sub. That scared the crap out of me. I don't know why. Thank you for the sub, Mito. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. I truly don't know why that freaked me out. If we find someone spoil, can we feed them the coconut crabs? Yeah, sure. Yeah. Feel free. But yeah, so these are still the rules. It's still like those things. Just try to like in the spoiler-free section, just don't talk about spoilers. Just don't talk about spoilers in the spoiler-free section. Just that's main rule of it. And just keep it to anime only, specific stuff. But yeah, so yeah, so the next rules are going to be for, is it showing up? Hello? There we go. Next rule. I'm going to be as up to date as I possibly can be for some shows, and I'm going to group some shows together. So, like, for up to date stuff, there's things that currently are coming out that I'll probably not review, but like, if there is a show that's like coming out as I'm reviewing it, I will like be as up to date with like the episodes. So, like, if it's like 5 episodes into a season, I will be at the 5 episode mark by the time that I review it. So we'll kind of have to go back and like re-rank some stuff as things change. So know that is a thing that's going to be happening. And then as for grouping shows together, Naruto and Naruto Shippuden will be all talked about at like one time. They're basically going to be talked about like at one time as like one consistent show, versus like I talk about Naruto one time and we wait like a month or 2 and then we talk about Shippuden. They're all going to kind of be talked about at the same time. But that is not true for all shows, but it is true for most of them, if that makes any sense. And I also will not be talking about filler stuff necessarily, unless I like the filler. I'll probably talk about OVAs, and movies as well. Boruto. Yeah, that's the other thing is Boruto is different. I haven't seen Boruto. I would consider Boruto different from Naruto. So I will talk about Naruto and Naruto Shippuden. I will not talk about Boruto as the same show, as a continuation. Yeah, that's probably a good way to put it. Yeah, so yeah, there will be a Naruto episode. Just know that is the thing that's coming up. Not telling you when it's gonna happen. Y'all will know when it's gonna happen. But Yeah, so I'm gonna group them up, watch all the OVAs, not necessarily filler because I have not seen all of like the Naruto filler, and like some other shows are just really long and I haven't watched those fillers. Um, but mm, I gotta finish my pizza. Mm. It's just very very hard crust, very crunchy. And then yeah, so if y'all check out the panel below as well in the stream, so if you go like out of your chat and like look below, you'll see the panel. And the panel has like all the rules with like more details about the rules. As well as if you hit exclamation mark Mal, it'll bring up the Mal Monday list for when we actually have like the show. So if y'all are like, have you reviewed this one yet? You can go check out the exclamation mark Mal. Should bring up the My Anime list, and you will see all the stuff that I reviewed. We haven't had anything yet, so that is a thing that we're gonna be waiting for. But yeah, so those are the rules basically. Just keep it. Try not to spoil anything if you can, until this is the spoiler section. Um, I feel like that link won't work. It may not. If one of you can link me the thing, it'd work for me. It would. It would work for me. I don't know if it will work for you guys. If it doesn't work, I'll fix it for next time. I'll fix it for next time. But yeah, so just keep it to the rules. Check these out. If you need to see it beforehand, like the link beforehand, just check it out below, and we'll figure it out. All right, so when we're talking about starter shows, because this is what the whole episode is about this time. For yeah, it goes to your own page. Okay, we'll figure this out. We'll figure this out. If y'all want to go to my page, if someone looks up Frudude after the stream or something, and just send me a link, that'd be good. But yeah, so when we're talking about starter shows, there's a couple of like criteria that I like wanted to bring up when I'm talking about certain shows, because like it's not necessarily that like starter shows are like the best shows in the genre. Usually they're pretty good, but like I wouldn't say that they're necessarily best. So like think about like games that we talk about. So like if I'm trying to make someone play video games for the first time, I'm gonna usually talk about like these ones first. So I'll talk about Psychonauts for platforming. I'll talk about Pokemon as like an RPG. Stardew as like a farming sim, kind of like relaxing thing, sort of like I don't know. You'll see the example I have that is with that is not necessarily like the best version of that, but you know, Stardew is a farming sim. It's kind of like a nice, easy sort of strategy type thing. You have Mario Kart for racing, and you have Zelda for like a story or just like adventure things. Usually, you don't have people start off with Cuphead or Persona or StarCraft or F-Zero or Dark Souls. These are all fantastic games. I think they're all great in their own right, except for Dark Souls. I'm going to take a dig at Dark Souls. I don't like Dark Souls. They're all great. But I would say if people are just starting out in certain things, not necessarily, it doesn't have to be Pokemon Emerald specific. Um, these are just the ones that I pulled up pictures for. um, but when I'm starting things out, when I'm starting shows, like when I have people start games on things, I recommend Psychonauts or Pokemon or Stardew or Mario Kart or Zelda over these ones. They're all great in their own right, except for Dark Souls. But I would say starters better for easier for newcomers on the left than on the right. And why would that be? Well, let's talk about some of the things that make for good starter anime. You'd recommend Skylanders? Skylanders is an expensive hobby to get into. Psychonauts destroyed you. Yeah, Psychonauts was more for Doc. It was more for Doc because I know it's his favorite one. He'd be very sad if I said something else. But like a Mario game, you would say for like a platformer. Whether that be like Odyssey, whether that be, Mario 64 or whatever it is. It could be fun as an experiment to see someone play one of the right ones there as their first game. I mean, it kind of would. I have an idea for later that might be something similar to that. But yeah, so what makes for a good starter anime? Why is it on this particular PowerPoint instead of like a different one later? Like what makes for a good starter anime? First, Everything needs to be compelling and digestible. This comes to story, this comes to characters, this is also about like maybe having a cool art style or like great music. All these different things. We're trying to lower the barrier of entry for people who are kind of, they want to get into anime, but like whether it be like stigma or whether it be like that they just don't know where to start or like all these different kinds of things. This is what we're trying to do. So we really want to make sure that everything's just kind of compelling and digestible. So these are going to be shows that have really great stories, really great characters, an interesting art style that is kind of unique for the shows that like kind of like exist in anime, and great music that like kind of brings people in. There's little anime BS, and I kind of talk about that where I'm talking about things like the fan service or Deus Ex Machinas, because there's so many shows where I can think of where it's like, everyone's gonna lose, and all of a sudden, they just are able to get out of something super super easily. It's like, well, okay, we don't really need that. And then of course, fan service as you know, fan service is like a whole thing where it just kind of makes people uncomfortable when they're first getting into things. So like that's something you want to limit. You want to limit the plot armor / plot holes. You want to make sure that your story is pretty coherent in general, just to make sure that like people kind of like see the story and they're like, okay, this is just a really solid story all the whole way through. And I don't think it should be gory or gruesome unless somebody is really into that, in which case, sure, go for it. But in general, the goriness kind of needs to be toned down a lot. Hence why AOT and JJK are not in this episode. I think that's one of the big things that like kind of makes me go, yeah, it's probably not the best thing for it. But yeah, the shows also need to be relatively short. I would say it's about 70 episodes, maybe a little bit below. Usually you want it even lower because I think people are always like, okay, anime, you think Naruto, you think One Piece, you think Dragon Ball. All of those are really, really, really long running, and so it's kind of like daunting to get into. So you want to make it a short one so people kind of know that like, okay, there's really not that much difference. It needs to be relatable. It needs to be something that people can kind of think about, whether it be like themes or problems or just characters in general that are relatable, that people can kind of see like, okay, I can latch onto this. This is a very interesting thing. I'm definitely down to check these things out. I think it's going to be fantastic. Soul Eater's great. It definitely has some late fan service though. I mean, true. You're kind of not gonna be able to get away from fan service, unfortunately. But I mean, like, yeah. I mean, Soul Eater's fine. I won't say anything about it specifically because I don't want to spoil my review on it when I do that. But you can't remember the last time you watched a 70+ episode show. Exactly. And that's the thing is, I think people think that all these shows are that long, and it's like, well, they're not really that long. So if you're lowering the barrier of entry, make it a shorter show. Make sure that people have, make sure that like if all that stuff is there, it's kind of limited, and like shows are just shorter so that people can digest a lot easier. There also needs to be a great world and like a well-paced story. So if a story is just like it takes like 10 or 12 episodes to really get started on something, people are not going to want to sit through and watch that. You want a well-paced show that kind of has things going throughout all of time. And a good world, because if you're not interested in like what is going on in the world, I don't know. It's like sometimes I just don't feel like it's important. So the worlds need to kind of be consistent and they need to be interesting. So you need to make sure that like as people are kind of getting into the shows that like the world is it. So if there are weird things that are kind of happening in the world, it needs to be very it needs to be consistent in the fact of like what it is trying to show with itself. If things are just being changed all the time, the rules are just kind of changing constantly, that's going to make for like a bad show, I think. So as long as things are well paced and have a good world, that's usually what's good. There needs to be a dub if possible, preferably a good one. Sometimes you can't have that, but if there is a dub, it's easier to get into than watching a sub. Just kind of plain and simple. So like as long as, whether that be an English dub or whether that be something else from a different language, usually as long as there is a dub in someone's native language, it's going to be easier for them to kind of latch on to stuff. Shouldn't be obscure. It should be something that is pretty popular or at least well known, because if they want to talk about it with someone and you say, oh, I want to talk about Adachi and Shimamura. They're going to be like, what are you talking about? Um, and, if that's the case, it's like, well, I don't know. Like, I don't know what that show is. So they're not going to be able to talk about it. It'll kind of feel like weird to talk about. So as long as it's not obscure and most people might know of it, it's usually a good show, I think, to start. If Beyblade and Bakugan aren't on the list, you'll be upset. Uh-oh. What if I told you I haven't seen all of Beyblade and Bakugan? They're actually fantastic, though. They're actually so fun. Demon Slayer's also pretty nice. Demon Slayer's pretty good. I would say Demon Slayer's a pretty good one. Demon Slayer slaps, but it can be pretty gory. This is true. It has a lot of very Japanese themes. I don't think a lot of beginners will be able to keep up. True. Demon Slayer seems like an intermediate kind of anime. For a starter anime, how about Angel Beats? Angel Beats? Kind of. I have problems with Angel Beats. I think Angel Beats should have been longer. I really do. But Angel Beats is very good. I think it's a great show in general. You what? Mods behead him? Metabots or Riot? I have not seen that. I think I've heard of it, but I have not seen it. Also, with shows, limited necessary knowledge. This, I don't know exactly what the term is, but this is kind of going back to Dark Souls. Dark Souls, you kind of have to, research a lot of it to get the story. So if you have to, know a bunch of things beforehand, whether they be, science terms or just general, philosophy terms or anything beforehand, that's not really a great show to kind of start somebody off with unless they're really into whatever topic that is. Or if they need to really research things to understand, it's a really, really hard to understand show. That really doesn't tell you anything unless you go and see manga stuff or just in general. It's probably not a great show to start on. I think a hype opening is really important. I love openings. So, it's one of those things where there are shows that I have watched because I saw the opening and I was like, this thing's so cool. This is fantastic. So I think it's important. I think it's important to just be when you're starting a show, it's like, oh, I can really get into this. They're really hyping it up with this theme song. But yeah, so personally, I think it's important. Some people may say it's not, but I do think it's important. And then, of course, if the story is finished, it's got to have a good ending because if people kind of go through all these things, a story is just one of those. If it doesn't end well, it kind of leaves a bad taste in your mouth. So this is kind of what I came up with, for criteria for it, as we kind of talk about shows. So keep this in mind as we're kind of discussing shows, and we'll kind of figure this out. Angel Beats is feeling the anime. True, it's so good. It's really good in some ways. But again, there are problems that I have with it that we'll kind of discuss when we talk about Angel Beats. Mob Psycho 100 is also a 10 out of 10. This is true. It's pretty good. I would say Mob Psycho is pretty good. Also, question for the list. But you know it's debated among the anime community, but you got to ask about Avatar The Last Airbender. So, well, first of all, if you want to know my opinions on Avatar, outlook not so good. I think Avatar is really overrated. I say that the parts where I really enjoyed Avatar were the last 2 episodes of season 1, the second half of season 2, and then all of season 3. So in general, I was just kind of half the show I wasn't super interested in. So for me, I think it's overrated and I haven't seen Korra yet. But I believe specifically with anime, it doesn't count because it's made in I think with American studios, which is kind of where the anime thing kind of comes up. But also at the same time, I have watched shows and enjoyed shows that are not that are animated, but are also not from either America or Japan. But I don't think it is technically an anime, but it has a very great art style. And I think that's kind of fine. Avatar would be insanely good if you cut out the filler that's specifically extending the series. Yeah, and that's the thing. It's a kid show, so it's I kind of understand that it's not necessarily formatted. It's not necessarily it's supposed to be this grand story about a whole bunch of different things. But in general, like my enjoyment of it is like I could kind of go without it. I really liked the third season, I'll say that. But in general, it's just kind of like, nah. I would if is it on my anime list? Because if it is, I'd rank it at some point. Because there are shows that I think I'm gonna rank that aren't a part of it. But you call Aang cue ball if that tells you how you feel about it. I have no idea. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? That sounds like a good thing. But I'm not quite sure. But Chad, are we ready? Are we ready to see what the first show is going to be? Now I'm gonna say, I kind of mentioned this beforehand. The first two are a little more obscure. Not necessarily that they are like super obscure, but like I would say that most people who have seen anime have probably seen it. But there are more people who probably haven't as compared to the later three. I think the later three almost everybody has seen at some point. But the first couple of ones are kind of going to be here. It's been an hour, so let's see the first one. It has been an hour, but the first 30 minutes we're just kind of chilling out and talking with y'all. And then this 30 minutes was also there, so I guess it kind of did that. Real quick, I'm going to make sure that we have this going on. We're going to pin this. Okay, and we're going to manually pin that. So y'all can see we are in the no spoilers section for the first show. Okay? And when y'all vote, for now, even if you haven't seen it, feel free to vote. Just feel free to vote. Eventually, I may ask that if you guys haven't seen the show, don't vote. But for now, I guess you guys can vote. We can kind of figure this out. But the first show that we are showing off on Mal Mondays. Also, by the way, ranking for the rankings. This is not about how good of a starter show it is. This is how good the anime is. I was just saying this is what I think makes for a good starter anime, and this is why all the shows that I've said here are on the starter side. So don't rank these as how good they are as starter shows. Rank them as how good you think they are. Yeah, just rank them as how good you think they are. All right. For real this time. The first show that I'm going to rank on Mal Monday is... Are we trying to be objective or subjective? Both. Whatever you're feeling. If you like the show, rank it however you would rank this. But speaking of ranking, the first show we're going to talk about is a little show called The Ranking of Kings. The Ranking of Kings is first. Now, let me pull up the poll. So, the poll is now on the screen. Y'all can hit 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 to get, like, it's the 0 to 2, the 3 to 4, the 5 to 6. And then we'll have a second round of voting that will include, like, 0.5s as well, just to get a little more specific on things. Yeah, so this is what we got. Woo, yeah, absolutely. So, Ranking of Kings. Haven't seen this one, but it's okay. Sanon has not seen it. Kidsan thinks it's really good. A great one to start with. Cutest boy says dig. We got 1. Okay, all right. 0 to 2. Interesting. Never seen anything about this show. Interesting. We got a 4. We got a 5. All right. Yeah, also, while we're doing that, I'm going to talk a little bit about, we're going to have this go for a couple minutes, then we'll do the second one. But I'm going to talk about a couple different things. So, couple different aspects of the show that I really like. So let's talk about characters. I think the best characters from the show, also if there's a little black bar, I'm omitting a character because they're kind of a spoiler. So the first couple characters I think are great. Hilling is fantastic. The queen of the town. She starts off, pretty bad, but eventually you really grow to really like her. She is so good in a lot of things. Also, yeah, wait, make sure that, like, if y'all are ranking it, just whatever's on there. I think y'all can even click on the poll potentially. If not, you just have to type in, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 to, like, get the 0 to 2, 3 to 4, 4 to, or like 5 to 6, 7 to 8. and that's how you do it. But Healing's fantastic. Desha, who is also one of the kings that shows up later, he's fantastic. He's one of those characters that like has some really, really excellent growth. I'll talk a little bit more about the blacked out character in the spoiler section of stuff. Dorsha is one of my favorite. There's a big four of like the guards in the city, and Dorsha is my favorite. I think he's really, really well done. And then Boji, of course, our main guy, one of the best characters in anime that I think is a thing. So Boji is probably my favorite character. I also have ranked it kind of from like left is like my least favorite of the favorites, and right is my most favorite. Openings, as I kind of mentioned beforehand, are super important. So I kind of ranked them worst to best. I can't show these one at a time. But I think that when it comes to openings, the first opening is pretty good. It's not fantastic. I still think it fits. Like all of the openings and endings are really, really good in general in the show. But I think that the first one is probably the weakest one. The third one from like the newest season, the Treasure Chest of Courage, is really, really good. It's one of those ones where it's a very unique sound and like a very unique art style with it. So I really, really like what they did with that. So I think it's the second best. And then I think the second one is just one of the best ones of all time. If you haven't seen it, I think maybe next time what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to pull up the opening as well of like the second one just to see if y'all like looking at that and see that. But yeah, I think when it comes to the openings, that's kind of how it is. And it's kind of the same thing with endings. I like to talk about endings. I think endings are underrated. The first ending is still really, really good, but I think it's kind of the weakest one. The third one is really fantastic. It's got a really, really good story that it kind of tells with what it's got, and it's got just great song to kind of back it up. And I think the second one is just really good. It's one of my favorite endings of all time. With Flare by Millet, it's just so well done, so well done. All right, but let's see. I'm going to swap on over. Let's see what we got for the poll. So we got, all right, so it looks like it's a 7 to 8 by y'all's count. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. So we'll finish that one. And then I'm going to do or find So we're going to do, so it was 7, so 7.5. Oh. Oh, wait. It'll be 7, 7.5, 8.5. So I'll let y'all, I don't know why it's doing it this way. But there's the poll. If y'all want to vote for those, we got the second part of the vote going up. You never seen this one, but you really liked the OP. The OP is really, really good. If y'all haven't seen the OPs, that's probably what I would even do first. Also, Toby, welcome in. Good to see you here. Continuing on with this. Let's see. What do we have? So the next thing I want to talk about is, did I watch this in sub or did I watch this in dub? So I actually watched this in both, but I preferred the sub. Usually I prefer the sub, but I would say the dub is pretty good. It's got ProZD in it, if y'all are interested. If y'all know ProZD on YouTube, it says ProZD, which is very, very interesting. An interesting voice that he provides. I think the character that he plays, while also really, really great, is pretty good for what the story offers. So yeah, I personally I prefer the sub, but the dub is still really, really great, and I think it's easy for people to get into as well. Where can you watch this show if you haven't seen it already? So I think it's specifically on Crunchyroll or Funimation. One thing I will say here, but I don't know if it's necessarily going to go into the YouTube video, you can always sail the 7 seas. You want to find the show. That is almost always what you can do as well. But Crunchyroll and Funimation is the main way that you guys can watch this thing. And I don't know if it's anywhere else, but we'll kind of see. And then the other thing is, where did I hear about this? In case y'all are interested, if y'all are looking for people to kind of watch, to kind of have suggestions on shows or whatever, I heard this from a guy named Omni on YouTube. His name, I think his YouTube name is just Omni. So if y'all want to go check out his channel and just see all those different things, that was where I heard about it first. It was a while ago. I think it was like 2 years ago ish when I heard about it from him, and he doesn't always talk about it. So that was just one of the things that I heard of. So that's kind of what I would think. But let's see. So we are at a 50-50 on what we think that the show is worth. I'll leave this poll open if we have somebody else who wants to vote it. Someone else wants to vote it. I'll throw it over here for now. So if we have a tiebreaker, we'll have a tiebreaker. Whenever the tiebreaker comes up, we'll check that. Otherwise, I'll just kind of break the tie. There's a number right between those. Oh yeah, you know what? Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Solid 8. It's a solid 8. 2 doesn't help. 2 doesn't help this one out. I think an 8 is a solid pick. I think an 8 is a solid pick. So we'll stick with that for now. All right. Yeah, let's go with an 8. So you guys voted an 8, which is pretty good. It's pretty good. Pants does win. Pants did get that. But so let's talk a little more about ranking. So what is ranking about? So episode 1 synopsis. There is a prince named Boji, who's kind of looked down upon for being gullible and disabled. He's got a lot of problems that have kind of gone on, and you kind of learn a little bit about like what those exactly entail as time goes on. So he's got a lot of things that are wrong with him, and most people just make fun of him, even though he's the prince of this small kingdom. And then he meets this shadowy guy named Kage, who basically starts off by looking down on the prince, but eventually he finds out that like there's a lot of things that are great about this guy, and he wants to kind of be in his corner and back him up on a lot of different things and help him reach the potential to become a king. So that's kind of what the synopsis of the first episode is. So that's I don't want to go too much more into it. It's a medieval show. There's a lot of things that kind of go on with stuff. Yeah, he's deaf. The things that like they say that he is he is deaf. He is mute, which is like he can't speak. And he is also like very weak, so he can't really like pick up things. So like he'll go around and he'll be like, I want to pick up this rock, and he can pick up like a little pebble, but if it's like a little rock that's like big enough for your hand, he probably can't even pick that up. Like he's very like frail. Although I wouldn't say frail, I would just say that he just can't pick things up necessarily. So he's this little guy. He's absolutely adorable, even with all that stuff. He has some really great moments in there, and that's kind of what the synopsis of the show is. Would I rewatch this show if I ever had a chance to? And yes, I would rewatch it. I have rewatched this show a couple of times because I really, really think it is a great show to talk about. It's a nice, easy one to get into. It's a nice setting, especially like for people who are really into medieval stuff. This is a show that you can really, really get into easily because of all these different things. A lot of relatable things with the protagonist. There's not that much gore, but there is a lot of like fighting that can happen, especially later. So it's not necessarily like the kiddiest of shows, but it is not anything that's super crazy. With a lot of great things that are going on. As someone who watches this who watched this show, would I recommend this to people? And I would say that yes, I absolutely would. I usually recommend this. Again, these are all the starter ones, so like these are questions that I'll ask for like each of the other shows as well. But as someone who has seen the show, this is a show that I always recommend to people as a starter one, just because there is a lot of really easy things to get into. It's really easy to get invested in the character, in the world, and all those different things. It's definitely a kid watch, other than maybe 1 to 2 scenes. Exactly. Yeah, I don't think it's anything too crazy or too gory. But yeah, in general, it's just kind of like a happy frolic throughout things, and it's kind of lower stakes. It's kind of a show that is meant to be watched, and kind of meant to really, really just kind of experience as things go on. It's just a very chill show. Lots of great characters, a lot of great growth from people. You really end up liking everybody. Like honestly, like most of the cast, I think is just perfect. The art style is so interesting for a lot of things too. They make the characters kind of pop in when they're doing animations. Everything looks stunning. It's so good. How many has he gone through so far? How many has he gone through? What do you mean has he gone through? This is the first? Oh, of the shows. Yeah, this is the first of the shows. We had like a 30-minute like powwow at the start. And then we had like a 30-minute, this is the rules, this is what I'm kind of talking about. And then and just a couple of other things. So we're in the spoiler-free section of this for now. We're kind of seeing how things work. But yes, I would recommend the show in general. Could this be somebody's favorite? I definitely think that it could be somebody's favorite. It's one of those shows that like is very like friendly in a lot of ways, but it has enough depth for you to be like, yes, this absolutely could be somebody's favorite, and like I would not fault somebody for like being like, this is my favorite show. So I love this show to death. So let's kind of discuss some things. So I don't know if there's anything else that y'all want to talk about. The music is also fantastic. For this little spoiler free section, I don't know if there's too much more to kind of talk about. But you know, people who has it in as their favorite. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's really good. It's a really solid show, and that's why I think it's a really great starting place for things. So yeah, this is, you know, it's a really great show. The music in it is also fantastic. They really do things to fit the mood really well and still make you feel like you're in that medieval environment, and really can bring out the emotions at times. When characters are going through things, you really feel for them, which is something that you can't necessarily say about a lot of shows. But yeah, this one is one of the ones where I think they actually do just a fantastic job of like really making every character important, even when they are not the most important person in the show. So yeah, I don't know if there's anything else that I want to talk about that's necessarily like no spoilers stuff. So I might move on into the spoiler section real quick. But let me see. I don't know. Is there anything else that y'all want to talk about before we move on to the spoiler section? Any sort of non-spoiler stuff? Kid, I don't know about you because you've seen this show. I don't know if there's anything you want to talk about. Let's see. I'm eating my dinner as well. This show's an amazing roller coaster of discovery. That's all I have to really say. Yeah, that's totally fair. And I'm super excited because like this show is also not done. So it is still going, and it's still an ongoing show. Right now it's about 30-ish episodes. I believe it's about, let's see, the first one is like 23 episodes, and the second one is about 12. So it's probably about 35, 36 episodes, I think. You've already been spoiled, sadly? Oh, no. I mean, the show is still coming out. So like there's not a lot of weird stuff that is there. But yeah, where they ended up with the last season is like, I am super excited to see what's going on because there is so much that can actually happen. And things have kind of gotten flipped on their heads, which is so cool. Yeah, so there's 2 core and then the rest is an OVA. Yeah. So the OVA, I actually think the last episode of the OVA is canon, I believe. Though it's weird to see an OVA as a full core. Yeah, I think the reason that it was there's a lot of stuff that they missed in the first section that was just kind of like filler stuff that they could have had but didn't want to actually like put in there, so they kind of made it its own season. Except for the last episode. I feel like the last episode is like canon to what is about to happen. 'Cause some crazy stuff went and happened. Yeah, you're pretty sure it's all canon, but they're only calling it OVA. Yeah. I think it's just because it touches on little scenes that happen like interspersed throughout it, so you can be like, okay, this scene happens in between this scene and that scene. But for these shows, there are still things that like are important to talk about with that. But yeah. All right, so let's talk a little bit. Let's talk a little bit about the spoilers. So I first want to talk about. I'll give you guys a couple minutes to just mute or do whatever you need to do, and just kind of keep an eye on either like the chat if you want to look at it. Keep an eye on the chat if you're looking at it, or the little comment, the spoilers to no spoilers comment if you want to watch it, if you're interested in seeing the show. I don't want to spoil anything specific. You haven't watched the OVA yet, though you really want to sometime. It's good. It's pretty good. But yes, so ranking of kings. So when it comes to like the overall story of stuff, there's some really, really like great stuff that happens. I think like this show excels at its moments. So there's the part in, I think it's like episode 4 or something, where Boji has gone on an adventure. He's with Domas and he's with is it Hokuro? I think it's Hokuro, the guy with like the pompadour. And Domas has basically said that he is always in Boji's corner and like all these different things of like, oh, I'll always follow Boji and all these different things. And then, at the end of the episode, he pushes Boji into a crater of lava. And it's like, what? He did what? Like he tried to kill Boji, and Boji ends up being fine. But the fact that he's just able to do that, like that was one of the scenes that really, really stuck out to me as like, dang. Also, Domas, by far my least favorite character, almost in any anime. I hate this man. I know that they are trying to redeem him. He is irredeemable in my eyes. I hate that guy. But yeah, it's moments like those that I think are really good. And then of course, like there's the moments when it's like you have Kage and Boji just kind of talking to each other and being like kind of bros. They're homies and they're doing all these different things, and it's like Boji has never had anybody to rely on, and now Kage is one of those people in his life that he can rely on, and it's very like touching to watch their relationship grow. Desha's is your jam though. Desha's fantastic. I think he's a really, really good king, and the same with like Despa. I always get them confused because Desha and Despa are like really, really well written. They both, and the other thing is, so the character who is in that little spoiler section of my characters is Oken. So the swords guy, especially, I won't say anything for you, kid, but especially in the OVAs, he gets his own stuff, and man, it's really good what they do with the OVA. There's some really, really good stuff. Like, he looks like he's just kind of this guy who's walking around and like doesn't have any sort of emotions anymore, but it's really cool what they do with him and what they characterize him as. So I think that's what the show excels in, especially with like how they make their character relate to stuff. So like literally like Hilling at the start, I hated Hilling, but every single time that she sees Boji after he leaves for his adventure and she's like nearly at like going like bursting into tears, it actually like makes me very like emotional and be like, oh my gosh, like I almost feel that way, because you don't think that she actually like loves him necessarily, but like you can tell later on that she absolutely does, even though she's not his biological mother. So there's a lot of different things, especially there's all the things that happen with Bose and all those different things. It's just really good. He's hoping they would expand on the time during Oaken's transformation, so you're looking forward to seeing more. Yeah, it's kind of stuff along those lines. It's kind of stuff along those lines. But yeah, I think they do a great job of like making the characters all feel like all the connections that they have with each other are very realistic to have and fit. And there's characters that like you might hate at the start, but by the end, they're really, really good. You can't tell how you feel about Bose. I don't know how I feel about Bose either. I feel like there's a lot of things that he did that were wrong, but at the same time, I kind of understand where he's coming from, especially from the OVAs. And kind of the second season, they kind of have a lot of different things that are there. Both this inner conflict and the conflict to make you feel about him. You think that's on purpose? Exactly. And it's just really, really good. He's not exactly like a perfect character. He seems like he's a really good character at the end, but like the fact that he took his son's future power for himself is something that like very much sticks out to you when you're watching it, because Boji has had to suffer for years because of his father, and his father still doesn't recognize that that's a thing. But at the same time, I think it is still just an inner conflict because he wanted, all the things with Miranjo. He wanted to make sure that she was going to end up being okay too, because he cared about her as well. So there's a lot of really, really good things in that show, and I think there's a lot of things that like work out really, really well. So like, yeah, I think there's a lot, like, again, it's a lot of the stuff is moment to moment. How good is this show? And I think this show really does do a great job at characterizing things. Let me real quick. I'm gonna change this. I think that's kind of a good place to sort of end that discussion, because I would like to talk about that later as well. It should just like maybe in general talk about the show later, but I think for now that's probably good place to put it. Also, you love how almost anything that happens actually has meaning. Yeah. So there's a couple of like Deus Ex Machina things, but what one character does affects other characters, and that is something that I think is always good to see in an anime. And I think that's kind of why it works as like a really good starter show. Yeah. Let me see. I'm gonna put debrief here. I'll pin this one, so we'll kind of talk about this at the end, and then we'll go into C and S. So no more spoilers. No more spoiler. What? Oh, subscribe to HelloFresh, of course. But yeah, so welcome back everybody who is coming back from the little spoiler section, because it's all changed now. It's all changed. But yeah, I think just want to do this real quick. It's not gonna work. Does it not work? I want it to work. There we go. We'll just do another one of those. But yeah, so this show I think is really, really good with all the things that it does. Its characters, its art, its music, all of it just really compound on each other and just make this show excellent. When it comes to like a starter show, I think this one works really, really well because of those things. It's not a difficult story, but there's a lot of things that the characters do that like really make you question a lot of different things and really make you want to see a bunch of different things that they're doing. So all the characters are characters that you want to get to know a little bit better. They all kind of do these great changes and have these great sort of character moments. And I think that's what makes this the heart of this show so good. So I figure I'll tell you guys my rating for this show. What I rated this show, some of you might say it's a little high, but I rated it a 9. I think this is just one of those shows where, like, honestly, I could put it at a 10. I would not be against putting it as a 10. Just because I really like it. It was one of those shows. It was one of the first ones that I saw, and it really stuck out to me when I watched it. It's a very Western genre style, so it's very beginner friendly too. Exactly, exactly. A lot of things that they do, really, really work out in the end. So I gave it a 9. You guys gave it a. I should be able to put a text box. Text rating. Make it black. Black. You guys gave it an 8. Can I move it? Oh. There we go. I gotta get OBS working. It's so small on OBS. Nope. Hold on. Brother, let me move it. Oh my gosh, man. All right, we're doing this. I'm going to put it right there. Oh, I can just do it that way. Forgot. Okay. That works. Sweet. Just keep it big so YouTube can see better. True. True. Make chat's rating bigger because it's more important. Nah. Y'all are crazy if you think yours is more important than mine. Ain't no way. But yeah, that's what I think about that show. I think that show is phenomenal. I really do think that this show works really, really well. Oh, I can't. Oh, bruh. All right, we'll have to figure this out. I'll have to figure this out. I'll have to make another text box. Add a text box. Average 8.5. Wee! Dinner consumed? Nice. And just in time. Wait, let me move that away for now. But yeah, so you guys gave it an 8. I gave it a 9. So our average score about an 8.5. Okay. And everything should be good once this is here. I should have made the text box earlier. Whatever. That works. 8.5. 8.5, everybody. So we're going to make that a 9 on Mal, but I'll probably say it's more like an 8.5. I think that's a great rating for it. I personally put it just a little bit higher just because I have a lot more of emotional attachment to it. But I think that's a great score for it in general. So, moving on to the next show. If I can turn those off. Next show is a little show that I think some of you may not like that much. We'll see. I think I know a couple people's reasonings on a couple of shows. But our next show is Dr. Stone. Chat, what do we think about Dr. Stone? We start that poll. start that poll. Let me switch over to chat. Peak. JK, JK. All right, fair enough, fair enough. That makes you worried. Shouldn't. It shouldn't. Hmm. So Dr. Stone. Dr. Stone. What do we have? Ly Mitchell, if you think it's a 6, hit number 3 because it'll have the 3 to or 5 to 6. And you can vote it as a 6. But okay, Dr. Stone. Let's talk a little bit more about some of the stats of things that I care about beforehand, and then that'll work. So, best characters in the show. So we have Senku, who is the main guy. I think he is very well done. Kohaku is he's the Senku, by the way, is the guy in the middle with the big hair. He's got the big green hair. Kohaku is the guy I think to his right, so our left. She's fantastic. She's just kind of this like warrior from this tribe. And she's just an excellent character in the show, I think. Blacking off the character because I don't want you guys to know who that is quite yet because it's kind of a spoiler. Chrome is also somebody who I think is really, really well done. I think Chrome is awesome, and I think my favorite character by far is Gen. I met his voice actor in real life, and he's so chill. Brandon McInnes is so chill. And he told me a really fun fact about Gen because Gen is this sort of, it's not hypnotist, but he's a mentalist, so he's able to kind of like trick people's minds by doing certain things. So one of the things that he does is he's sort of this like showman, and like apparently in Japan, one of the things that they did as like showmen was they would speak in pig Latin a lot of the time. So they would, that was just kind of like the thing that they would do. And people would kind of recognize that that's kind of like a showman thing. So Gen has that trait in the dub, and that's just one of the things that they recognize for it. But yeah, so I think those are the best characters. Openings from worst to best. Honestly, I think they're all fantastic openings, but I think one is my least favorite. So Good Morning World is probably my least favorite, which is it's one of those like meme ones that I always do. Like, I'll do the first part. I'll do the Ohio Sky Morning World to my friends all the time. Although if you use the one of the later versions of it, I would say it's pretty good. I think it's still great. I think the second one, which is the Pelican Fan Club one, it's just all right. It's not super memorable compared to the other ones, especially the later ones. But it's still pretty good. The fifth one, which is Haruka, I believe that's what it's called, is really it's a very interesting tone for it. But I think it works really well for where it's at in the season. So I really enjoyed that one. And then 4 and 3 are really good. 4 is I believe from what I have written here is Wasuregataki is what it's called. I could be completely wrong, but it is really good. That one is very fitting for the part of the show that you're in, with all the crazy things that are going on. And then I think that the best one is by far the third one. That one is like, it's got such a sick bass line in it. It's got such a sick tone for the show. It sets up a great tone for the show. And so I think I really like that one a ton. But let's see. So where are you guys at in the ratings? So y'all are saying it is a 5 to a 6. So let's do. Oh. Stone. Okay. We'll start that poll up for you guys. Let me look what y'all were saying beforehand. Tech tree progression is wildly unintuitive, but the show is engaging. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Not your cup of tea. Still took your vote. Fair enough. Wait for your internet is being silly. Gen though. Gen is good. I think Gen is great. No shot the internet fixes do not wait for you. Huh? Your internet should fix itself. It should be good. But Dr. Stone endings, so the ending themes and stuff, are usually pretty good in a lot of these. I think the first one is still the weakest one. I believe it's called Life. And it's a still really nice one. Like you can kind of listen to it, and it's just sort of an easier listening ending. But it's still just, I don't know. Some of the other ones are just a little bit better. The third one is one of the ones that just doesn't really stick out to me as much. It's got a cool kind of like thing where they're just kind of like evolving through time. And just sort of seeing all the stuff that's kind of happening. It's pretty good. It's not anything too special. Whoops. 5 is really special in the fact that it has a we have ads. I see. I'll still kind of jabber about it a little bit. 5 is special to me in the fact that the art style, like what they do. So they do this thing with sand where they have like a backlight projector, and the backlight they have the sand on it, and they draw a bunch of things with like the sand. It's really cool what they do with it. It looks beautiful. So I think that is, I really like the art style of that. The song is still pretty good too, but I think the art style is kind of what sells it for me there. Really, really cool thing that they decided to do with that. Perfect one for you to do during chores. Yeah, it's good. It's a good show. I think it's pretty fun. Not a you thing, a me thing. You got this, Pants. I believe in you, Pants. You got it, dude. But yeah. So of those, I think 5 is just probably the most interesting art style. 2 is just a beautiful song, beautiful story. It tells a great story about like what's happening in the show. And then 4 is one of my favorite songs. 4 is such a good, it's just a great song, and like has a really, really cool art style with what they decide to do. All the endings I think are just super unique with how they do stuff. Did I watch this show in sub or dub? I watched it in dub, and I would not have it any other way. I don't even think I would want to watch the sub because I think the dub is just that good. Where can you watch it? You can watch this thing on Hulu. You can watch it on Crunchyroll or Funimation. I believe those are the only places. It could be on Netflix, but I don't know if it is or not. And then where did I hear about this? Oddly enough, I heard about this from Moist Critical, which is sort of it's honestly kind of surprising. That's who I heard it from. But I remember distinctly it was a Moist meter that he had. And it was one of the ones that came out before I was really into anime. So like it was one of the ones I heard about, and I was like, "I'll watch this thing when it comes out." Then he seems to really like it. So I think it's pretty good. But you've only read the manga, and Shonen Jump App is so freaking cheap. True. Yeah, I feel like I would want to read the manga. I kind of want to finish the anime first, or like let the anime finish before I do anything with the manga, because I like where it's at right now. All right, and everybody has voted it. Oh my, a 5.5. Y'all are brutal. Holy cow. Interesting. We're gonna be. I might have to do something here. I might have to use my veto here. I need to see where this thing averages out. But I don't want to use it early on. But I don't know. This is one of the ones where it might be a veto. It might be a veto time. So Robbie, welcome in, veto. Are we getting the veto early? You might be. At least you're honest. You guys are honest. But all right, synopsis of Dr. Stone. So basically, there's an event that happens at the start of the show that turns the entire world into stone statues. So everyone has become petrified. And it's up to Senku, which is the guy in the middle. It's up to him, who is the world's smartest man, to reverse the petrification with all of his friends. So all the people that he kind of meets throughout this journey, he needs to figure out a way to unpetrify the world and get to where he needs to be. So that's kind of the show in the nutshell. And one of the great like quotes that they always say is like, we're gonna go from the Stone Age to the modern age. We're gonna speed run that whole thing. And that's kind of like the purpose of the show. So it's a lot of like, honestly, what's really interesting about it is there's a lot of like science that they actually tell you about. So like they tell you about like, here's some of the things that people kind of figured out over time. This is why some processes work. This is how you make certain things. Um, and it does a really, really good job of explaining that for people who may not know about those things. They do it base level. So like, I know people who were like sciency and engineering who were like, I don't know if I like it that way. I don't know if that's, it's not completely right. But they do a generally good job of explaining things. Would I rewatch it? Oh, 100%. I think this show is really good. I think it's a fantastic show for people to kind of get into. As a starter show, I can see people not necessarily getting into it as a starter show, but I feel like this show is one of the ones that, like, when I explain it, it's very much, it's easy to get into in the fact that, like, it is a low stake show. Like, there are problems in the show, but I don't know. Like, it doesn't feel like anything is pressing. Like the entire world is going to end if they don't do this thing. They're kind of hanging out and doing all sorts of stuff, and like maybe they're gonna continue trying to do the whole thing. They're gonna try to figure this thing out. So I really like that. I think it's just a very low stakes show, which is kind of nice to get into. And then if you're also, yeah, as Kit says, it's a starter show for nerds. If you're a nerd and you really, really like all the like sciencey aspects of it, I think it's a great show to kind of get into. You don't even mean that ironically. Well, the science stuff is actually why your spouse. Yeah, your spouse got into it. Yeah, it's really like it's really cool. Like they do some really cool stuff with it, and I don't hate that. I think it's fantastic what they decide to do. Um. Also, yeah, Kit, I can, if you want to get into the spoiler discussion, since you've read the manga, we can definitely talk a little about that. I'll tell you where the anime is when we get into the spoiler section as well. But yeah, I'll recommend it to specific friends, or if it's not the first show that I recommend to people, it'll be like one of the second or third ones that I recommend. Just because it's like, even for people who aren't nerds, they can still get into it. Could this be somebody's favorite? I think it really could be. I think especially nerds would really like this show and really get into it. But yeah, so let's discuss a little bit about it. So spoiler free kind of stuff. I think the characters are all pretty fun and interesting, and I don't think this is really a spoiler because I won't say anything specific, but it almost feels like everybody has a superpower, some kind of BS superpower for their specific thing, but it's consistent enough and they make it like so over the top that it works. It just like there's some things where it's like there is no possible way that this person would be able to do that, but they do it and it's just cool enough to be like, okay, I'm fine with that. I think that's okay. Um and everybody has their use. Like legitimately, every single character in this show has their use. Even the ones that don't feel like they are, like they have their use, or they might be recycled. They all have their purpose, which is so nice. I am very tired of shows. I watched a lot of shows where it's like they have a giant cast of characters and they use about 3 of them, and everyone else is just kind of like benched for a lot of the things. This one, everybody has their use at some point, and even if like you are, even if a character is not being shown, you can be like, okay, this is probably what they're doing. They pretty much shonenized everybody. True, true. Insert guy with the infinite stamina. Yeah, yeah, that does happen. Mm. Which, side note, I almost put him into my favorites. I love him. I love that guy. He's fantastic, and as the show goes on, he just gets so good. Sounds like I'd like Bleach. Maybe. I've heard good things about Bleach. I've heard good things about Bleach, so I'm definitely down to try it. I just need to figure out where to watch it, and if I want to get into it quite yet. Um, but oh, by the way, I'm so upset. I have a friend, who works at an escape room, and they met the guy who played Taiju by complete accident. Like they didn't even know that they were a voice actor, and they figured out afterwards. Like they were someone had like left a message that was like, oh, by the way, like there was a famous voice actor, and like that doesn't happen like too often. And they were like, wait, really? And they looked it up, and it was the guy who played Taiju. And I was so upset because I was literally like, I was watching this show with my friend recently because I hadn't seen the newest season of it, and I was like, he delivered so many lines. So we were talking about that guy specifically. We're like, we love this guy. He's so good. And of course, my friend gets to meet them and just doesn't know that they met him, which was so interesting. But I'm so mad because I would have so fanboyed if I was there. Um, oh, man, it's so good. Such a fun show. Um, let's see. Anyway, back to choice for you. You think the oven is preheated? Ooh, what you making, Kit? Hulu has it in both sub and dub. Okay. Hulu's the one for Bleach, I think. Okay. I'll check out Hulu then. Oh, Bleach has a newer, or they have a newer Bleach. Okay. Oh, I forgot to put it in no spoiler. I'll do that for next time. I'll put it in no spoiler for next time. But yeah, so the characters are great. I think the art style is very unique. Everyone looks great with what they've got. Um, and it's just everything is very easy to understand as you're like looking at things. Which is always very nice. With something as complicated as this, they really take the time to make it understandable, especially when you're looking at things. Like they have roadmaps for certain things of like what happens in future stuff, and um, they have changing art styles and like changing things. They do like the whole anime thing of like they make it a really like detailed face when someone does something weird, and it's like they're just like, huh? They really detail their face and just make it so they're like showing the exact reaction. It's really good. The art style is really really good. It's nice. It works for the show, and I think that's great. I think the music is also really really good. I think it's pretty solid. Like they really hype you up in a lot of ways when you're expecting it. Like when you want it to be hyped, they'll do that. And when they're just kind of goofing around and doing like all sorts of stuff, like just chilling out, doing all this stuff, they fit the music. The music just fits. Everything is just great. Um, and I think it works for what it is. But now, I would like to talk about some spoilers. Let me do this. If you guys are interested in this show, if this has made you guys interested at all, feel free to mute the video right now and come back later after we've had the discussion. I'll change the top comment to be the debrief thing, and then I'll also clear out the chat from spoilers as well. So I'll give you guys a couple of seconds while I eat my ice cream and my pizza. E. All right. I really like this show because of how absurd it is too. So I think the fact that everybody has like a superpower is just it's so good. It makes everything so much more fun. So like characters like Gen, the mentalist, who can literally change anybody's mind and he can figure out certain things to do stuff with. Or like he can basically use their minds against them with like all their mentalist tricks. It's just like a psychology thing. It's like what I went to school for, basically. And you have Chrome, who's just basically able to solve problems. That's his whole shtick. Is he's like, I I know these problems. Like, I'm learning how to solve these problems, and this is how we do stuff. Kohaku is just the female warrior who's just able to stop like everything and just be super agile, and also has insane eyesight. Suika can blend into things, so she's like the perfect spy. Um, Ukyo has ears that can literally hear things that are miles away. It's crazy. Just what they decide to do with all these characters, but I love it. I think it's so fun to watch these guys do things. And especially like as seasons go on, they make everything just like as they get more technology and as they get more stuff, all these things just get ramped up to 11. It's so good. You got through the first episode and that's it. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. It's one of those shows I think you can get into if like you really just like turn your brain off. So you didn't get that far in the series because you dislike Senku. Interesting. Interesting. Wait, why do you dislike Senku? I'm curious why you do. If you really went to school to be a mentalist, you would have been able to convince us Dr. Stone is good. What do you mean? It's fantastic because of just like they do science topics super well, and they're like the whole point of the show is that like everything has gone back to square one, and now this one guy has to rebuild everything and just change everything, and just shows us step by step things like this is how we make phones, this is how we make light bulbs, this is how we make guns, this is how we make tanks, just step by step by step. And now they're going to the moon. That's what the next plan is? Sure. All right, I'll bite. I love that. I think it's so good because, like, the whole point is that they're trying to show us little bits of information as time goes on. And they're basically just showing us, they're taking characters and just doing all these things, ramping their, like, one personality trait to 11 to make things work super well. And I think they do it. I think they do it right. You know, everything about the series except the main character, and it was a deal breaker for you. You only got to the part where they were strategizing what to do with the top athlete guy. Oh, really? Oh, so you're really early on. Okay. They vaguely explained some pseudoscience and call it tech. You don't think it's too much of a lesson? At the start, it is, but they basically it's they vaguely explain it, but they're not going to go into the nitty gritty because that's not entertaining. That's what you go to school for. This is just like, this is what we need to do to get through stuff. And we're going to tell you the bare minimum about how it works. And they do it interestingly. You watch anime to escape reality, not get a good science lesson. And that's why, because of their superpowers, it makes sense. You can really like have escapism because they have superpowers. Everyone is just absurd. It's so good. I don't know why. I don't know why it gets such a bad rap. I think it's great. I think it's a fantastic show. Senku's a bit of a Deus Ex Machina, mixed with being kind of a jerk about it. Did you watch it in sub or dub? Because in sub, I could see that coming across. In dub, it does not come across that way. He does not seem very arrogant to me in the dub. I guess it's kind of what you need in this survival situation, but it just annoying me. Yeah, the fact that he knows everything is definitely a Deus Ex Machina. I'll give you that. But I think it works for the show because, like, that's his thing. He still has his problems. He still has his weaknesses. He cannot do work. He has to kind of sit away and, like, just tell people what to do or do, like, science experiments and stuff because he cannot lift things. He's weak. He's a fragile boy. I would give it a second like watch in dub if you have it already. And try to get a little bit further. Like once he gets to there's a village that he gets to. Once you get there, that's probably where you should go. It's boring? Nah. If you watch the first episode, there's so much more that happens. There's so much more that happens in this. I think it's more than just that. More than just the first episode. I think they do a really, really good job of it because it's not all science. I mean, it's a lot of science, but especially in the later parts. In the later parts, there's a lot of strategy that they have to kind of figure out with stuff. So they have to do a lot of strategizing. They have to do a lot of like, how are we going to make this work? What inventions can we utilize? What can we make to get things done? And then that's what they do. They're carrying off the knowledge of, they're taking the knowledge of their ancestors and just putting things to good use. And I think the other thing that works really well with this show is how well the village is incorporated into like Senku's personal life. Because of how important by the way, so one of the character that was blacked out, his name's Byakuya, who he's Senku's dad. And so like all the stuff that happens with him and how he was able to set everything up to get to this point for when Senku gets here is so good. I think like when they're doing the things and they're reflecting on like this is what happened in the past that Senku's dad did to help him get this future is perfect. There's so many things that they do. There's the most recent example of he was right before his death, he got platinum. He literally sat for hours in a river, like, painstakingly grabbing small bits of platinum for Senku to use later because he knew that he might need that. He made a village and he passed down certain things so that Senku could see it. He made a CD for Senku so that he could hear things and all those kinds of things. There's so many things that I think are done right with that, from seeing things from like the past and the future that help out there too. I think it's really well done. Could just be me that's there, but like every time I've watched it with my friends, it's absurd, but it's really fun when you get into it. So that was more Deus Ex. Yeah, this show does have a lot of Deus Ex Machinas. I'll give you that. This show definitely does. But again, the world is so consistent with how Deus Ex Machina it is that I love it. As a starter, this one is probably the weakest starter, but I still think it's very fun to get into. If you've watched the show and you've only watched one episode, I would implore you to at least watch until they get to the village. Because there's a lot of different things. It's not just the things. You'll probably try the anime too. Maybe the voice acting will be different from how you're reading it. Yeah, I would recommend the dub. I think they do a really, really good job in the dub. They do a really good job in the dub of making the characters all feel like they are not some kind of like Senku in the dub does not come across to me as just some kind of like guy who's a jerk about stuff. He's really just like, I'm going to explain it the best way that I can because like people are interested in what I'm doing. So like I want to tell them what I'm doing. And I need everybody's help, so like I can't be mean to them. I don't know. I think it's really good. All right, so let me see. So let's switch over to debrief. If I can spell this correctly, I'll pin this to the top. I'll do that. Exclamation mark S is not working, but that works. Exclamation mark C works. Okay. So, overall, you guys are gonna y'all are gonna hate my rating for this based on what you guys rated it. But my rating for this show, it's a 9 for me. I love this show. This show is absurd enough and tickles my brain in just the right way that I love this show. I really do. And I might just veto you guys. Because, oh my gosh. Because we have to, y'all gave it a, hold on, let me change the properties of it. Y'all gave it a 5.5. Oh, that's a 2. No, not 25.5. Y'all gave it a 5.5. Ugh. Do I veto that? Okay, I'm gonna pull up a calculator real quick. I'm gonna pull up the calculator and just make sure. It's be 5.5 plus 9 divided by 2. That's a 7. It's like an 8.5 to 9 without Senku for you. Really? Really? Oh man. This is one of the shows we'll probably come back to. Because, oh, sorry, no, that's 7.5 or 7.25. No, it'll be a 7. We're going to come back to this anyways because the show's not done. We'll keep it as a 7 for now. We'll keep it as a 7 for now. I'll keep it as a 7. It hurts me, but I'll keep it as a 7. And in case I need to change the ratings for other things, I'll keep this one a 7. I can live with that. I see its problems. It's not a perfect show. But I still really like. Oh, did I change the wrong one? I think I changed the wrong one. Oops. Oops. Hold on. Where is it? It's 5.5. The average is a 7. 7.25. You round it up as a 7.3. I can't do that. Yeah, specifically a 7.25. Yeah, I'll put a 7.25. So on Mal you can only do from up to, I think it's basically whole numbers, so I can't do the 0.5s. I just round. If it's 0.5 or above, I round up. If it's 0.5 or if it's 0.49 and below, I round down. The biggest problem here is that most of chat sounds like they stopped watching it, so only a rating will update in the future. I mean, that's true. I mean, maybe you guys will watch it in the future. The reason I'm going to come back to it too is because, first of all, this is the first one, so I'm not expecting a lot of people to be here for it. But also, the show is not done yet. So when the show finishes, I'll come back to this. You'll give it a chance and watch more, I guess. Please. If we're going to 5.5, keep it 5.5. I get one veto. It was in the rules at the start. I get a veto. And veto the personal rankings? Yeah, indeed. All right. So, with those out of the way, there is a little bit of a little special thing that we have going on here. Give me 1 second. Oh, I have not done that yet. Okay. I have to message somebody. For our next show, I wanted to bring on a little guest because sometimes it's great that I can chat about shows, but sometimes we need to have other people on here to talk about shows that they like. So I have this with a couple of shows coming up for other creators or just people in general who are my friends. They can basically talk about shows with me on this. So I have just reached out to somebody and they will hop in and I will introduce them as we go on. But yeah, we'll do that in just a second. Do that in just a second. I'll chill out with you guys for now until they get here. Um, you have too many series to watch the anime, so maybe just continue reading it based on recommendation. Yeah, probably. There's a lot of stuff. I think it's a great show. It's so sad that it's gonna be a 7. So sad. Oh, the most recent season was so good too. It was so good. Oh my goodness. Cringe ad. Ooh. Mm. Mm. It might be a good little break time for stuff. How are we feeling, chat? What do we like about this format? Is this a good format? Are y'all enjoying the content? Oh my gosh. Kid Santh. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness, I really appreciate the five gifted. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Less ads for people. True. Let me drop a shout out. If y'all haven't checked out Kid Santh before, y'all need to go and check out Kid Santh. Go say hi. Go say hello. It's been great to get to know Kid Santh here over time. So lots of different stuff going on over on his channel. He does a lot of JRPGs, a lot of what else is there? You do some Wild Hearts, which is like Monster Hunter stuff, and some Smash stuff recently. So a lot of things. Go and check out Kid Sam if they haven't already. Are you here? Did I hear? Oh, there. Yeah. Hello.
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 How's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm okay. Just getting over the flu, but that's okay.
Oh, that's not good. Well, at least
Yeah.
you're getting over it now, which is great.
Yeah. It's like day 5, but no aches, no pain, no
Oof.
fever anymore, but that's okay.
That's good at least. But everybody, welcome on in Applesauce to the channel. Applesauce says, "If you've been here for Smash, was there anything else that you were here for?" No? You stop by chat
No.
enough to you say hi in chat enough.
Yeah, I say hi. I mostly just lurk, say hi.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Yeah, we've talked about a couple of shows so far. We talked about Ranking of Kings. We talked about Dr. Stone.
I noticed everybody has a hot take on Dr. Stone.
Apparently. Wait.
It's a good anime. It's
It
not on my
is.
top 20, but it's good. I encourage people to watch it.
How is it not in top 20? There's
I mean,
no way.
it's good. I will say this. It's a good show. It's just, I have to be in the right mood to watch it.
That's fair. I just enjoy it. I think it's just so crazy how absurd they are. Everybody has a superpower, and it's just great.
Yeah, no one's useless, which I appreciate, but that's okay.
Exactly.
That's okay. It's not everyone's cup of tea, but it's okay.
True. That's where I'm at. I'm settled with a 7. I think a 7 is fine. Personally, I said it was a 9, but apparently that's just me.
I would rank it like about a 6.8, almost 7. It's almost a
Really?
7. It's
Oh.
almost a 7.
Have you seen Ranking of Kings?
No, I have not. The first
Ooh.
time I've heard of it actually, so
Really?
I might go and check it out.
That one is really good. That's a must watch. We came to the
Okay.
conclusion of that one being a 9.
Okay. Okay. I will have to definitely check it out.
All right, let me see. All right. So, we're here because I basically have asked a bunch of different people what kind of shows did they like to watch? Like what show has kind of emotionally impacted them a lot? Or maybe just like the story if they're read the manga. Because I think you've read the manga for this show, right?
Yes.
So again, we're not, just anime only stuff. But
Yep.
we're gonna be talking about, if I can get this ready. It's time to talk about Demon Slayer. We're gonna talk a little bit about Demon Slayer. Chat did say they did guess this one as one of the starter animes. That I was like, when I asked them, what do you think it would be?
Which I'm surprised. I wouldn't classify Demon Slayer as a starter anime. I would think it's more like
Really?
I wouldn't. I would say it's more like, okay, like layer 1 is starter, okay, this would be like layer 2, layer 3 anime, like, okay,
Really
cool, here you go. Like, that's just my personal opinion.
interesting. Wait, so why do you think that?
Just because of the gore, because a lot of
Okay,
people
that's
aren't
fair.
used to gore. There are actually a lot of bloody scenes in Demon Slayer,
This is
plus,
true.
like, the topics can get kinda heavy at some point, depending on
Mm-hmm.
which section that you are in and whatnot. Um, so, yeah, again, nah, I would not recommend this as a first time, like, "This is your first time watching anime? Here you go." No, I would
Yeah.
not recommend Demon Slayer.
So for me, because I was also talking about this with some other people, I know people who recommend Attack on Titan, and I think that one is just too gory, and I think this one is just a step down from that. I don't think this is as gory as like Attack on Titan or JJK. So like while those ones are good, I think this one fits it just a little bit at least. Um but I mean like yeah, it's very interesting. Yeah, cuz I yeah, like so Robbie says it was her starter anime and it got her hooked. Um and so I think it's yeah, personally I think it's good just with like it's a simple enough story and a simple enough. Oh wait, hold on, I'm doing this wrong. To put the guest on here, I forgot that I changed the layout here. Um, but yeah, I think it's a good enough story and like it's an easy, simple premise to kind of get into, or that's why I think it's kind of like a good starter one. But that just might be me. What does everybody say in chat? Oh, Howard says, "Let's go." Finally, one that they like. Oh man, it's not the one that you recommend to a newbie. Yeah, Demon Slayer super good. It's a good one. We got fives, we got fours, we got fives. Agree with Apple on that. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Depends on who you're talking to. Yeah, I think so too. Some people like bloody and gory stuff. Yeah, there's some good stuff. There's some good stuff. But yeah, so let's see. So usually, so what I have here is I have like a whole list of things. So what do you think are the best characters, Apple? Oh, oh.
Um, Best characters? Sorry, there's a slight delay in Discord. I don't know if you're
Mm.
muted or not,
Oh
but
shoot.
but best characters, personally is Tanjiro. Tanjiro is my favorite.
Okay.
Tanjiro is my definite number one. Nezuko is probably my second favorite. Classic, I know.
Yep.
With Shinobu
Nezuko's
as being
great.
my third. Shinobu is definitely my third
Mm.
favorite.
Okay. Okay. Those are
I
pretty good.
know they're solid characters. To be fair, there's not a lot of characters I hate in this anime. There's not a lot.
I would agree
Uh,
with that. I think they're all pretty
um,
solid.
yeah, when it comes to like the main cast, it's like okay, yeah, you're a jerk, but then like something happens and you redeem yourself. It's like okay, you redeemed yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Now the demon characters, obviously, like sorry, I'm gonna hate on y'all. Like y'all are the villains, y'all are the problem. Yeah, except
True.
one, but that's spoilers. I'm not gonna talk about that. So
Oh, curious.
I can't
Because
talk about it. I can't talk about it.
there's some, I mean, there's some really good. They do their best to try to redeem the demons,
In a way,
when they
yeah.
do it. And sometimes it's like, okay, they're kind of redeemed, but sometimes it's just like, nah, it's not worth it. It's not
Still,
worth
like
it to like forgive.
once the anime catches up to the manga, you're gonna see more of that, and you're gonna be
Mm-hmm.
like, you're gonna realize that ultimately all the demons are basically the same. They're not really like ultimately they wanted power. That's what they wanted. They
Mm-hmm.
wanted
Mm-hmm.
power that they couldn't get in real like when they were alive.
Yep. And so they
And because
chose
of
to
that
do
power,
this.
they got corrupted, right? There's
Yep.
only one demon that didn't really fit that criteria.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm curious because I think this show is really good and like I know people say it fell off. I don't really think it has. I think it's been pretty solid this whole way through.
Oh yeah.
Um
No, like, you got your annoying characters like Zenitsu. Everybody hated Zenitsu at the beginning. Like, let's be honest
yeah.
here.
Yeah.
Everybody hated Zenitsu. I hated Zenitsu, right?
Yeah.
He is in my top 10.
Yeah.
Top 10 characters of the entire show because, like, once you go through his, like, background, he
Mhm.
does get redeemable, and you're like, "Oh, that explains a lot about
Mhm.
him in general."
Yeah, I would agree. They do a lot of stuff with the annoying characters to kind of make them not necessarily likable. I mean, they're pretty likable anyways, but they definitely do a lot of explaining stuff. And I'm curious about some other characters who they haven't really talked about yet.
Yeah, they're gonna don't worry, they'll cover all the backgrounds for all the
Oh,
characters
that's
just as a
good.
heads up. So you have stuff to look forward to. Very just the plot in general and the characters in general, very well thought out, great storytelling, great plot writing, just everything
Yeah,
in general.
yeah. Personally, I think my favorite characters so far have been Nezuko. I really like Tengen. Um,
Yeah,
I think Tengen was really, really well done. Tanjiro is fantastic. Rengoku, I think, is so
Rengoku
good.
is yep, Rengoku. Ooh, everybody felt that one when
Classic,
he
classic thing.
classic right there. Classic right there.
Um,
Yeah.
but I think he's the Hashira that I think has been done the best so far, and I'm really excited to see the other ones too. I also think oh, who's the missed Hashira?
Oh, I know what you're talking about. I cannot remember his name, but yeah, the kid. He's alright.
Yeah,
Um,
I like what they
when you
did with him
first,
in the anime at least.
yeah, like when you first meet him, he's a jerk, right? But then once you figured out like his backstory, it's like, okay, that's understandable of why he's
Hmm.
reacting the way he is.
Yeah, Muichiro, that's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Muichiro. I almost put Muichiro on here because I think they just do a really good job of like his growth specifically. And then I love Inosuke. I think Inosuke is just like I,
Inosuke is just the slack, like comic relief type, but oh man, wait till you find out about his backstory.
I'm
It's
so
good.
excited. I'm so
It's good.
excited because like it's so funny because like even as like the annoying he's supposed to be like in that thing of like he's just a loud kind of like annoying character, but he's not annoying. I think he's just like so dumb and in his own world that like they do a really good job of like making him likable, which is so nice.
All goes back to his backstory. They're gonna talk more about it later, like once the anime catches up to the manga. But like, there's a reason why the characters act the way they do,
Oh, that's so nice.
and that's for all of them. It's not just like Inosuke, Zenitsu. It's like for all of them. Which, again, fantastic story overall. Demon Slayer is in my top 10 anime of favorite of all time.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. We have some love for Gyutaro, which I believe is one of the demons, if I remember correctly.
I believe, if I
He's
remember correctly, he's one of the Demon Slayers, one of the Hashiras. He's the monk-like one, if I remember correctly.
oh, is he? Let me
I
see.
think so. I'm having a brain fart
Let me
off
look
the
it
top of
up.
my head.
Oh no, he's one of the demons.
Oh, is he?
He's one of the ones in Entertainment District.
Oh, that one. Yeah. Him? I don't know about him. Him
Yeah,
and his sister, man.
yeah,
Like, I felt sorry for him
yeah.
and his sister because of like their circumstances, but like how they went about things, it's like, all right, nah, y'all sit your butts back down, man.
Yeah.
Y'all talking too loud over there.
True, true.
But the
Also,
fight though,
yes,
top 10, top
really
10,
good. We'll talk
so
a little about
good.
the animation too, I'm sure. But what would you have for openings? I'm very curious as to what you had for your openings, like your ranking for them.
Oh geez, season one opening, top favorite of all of them.
Oh,
During,
okay. All right, you like Garenge? All right.
yeah, I have to. It's that
It's a
that's a classic.
classic. It's a
That's
classic for
great.
sure.
Number two has to be season three opening. The Swordsmith in the
Oh,
Swordsmith's
yep.
Village opening.
Yep.
That one's probably my second favorite.
Really good.
Mugen Train's opening is my third favorite.
Really?
Yep.
You don't like Zonkyo?
No, that one's my next favorite
Really?
though. That one's my next favorite though.
I mean, they're all really good. Like
Yeah.
I think they're all like very good on their own.
Oh yeah. But not.
Personally,
Yeah. Nah,
personally. Oh, go
mm,
ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
just overall, like, I don't know. That fourth one is just, I don't know. It seems kind of different from all the others.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? Like the other three kind of match. It's like, okay, this makes sense.
Yeah.
And then this was kind of like left field a little bit.
Yeah, that's fair. Personally, I think the one that I didn't like, the one I liked the least is the Mugen Train opening.
What?
Yeah. I don't know. It's just like it fits with what it is. I need to watch the movie specifically and not just the season because I watched the season and
Oh.
I don't
Yeah.
remember exactly what happened with like the opening. Like the opening for me was just not that memorable. I think maybe for the movie, if it has like an opening song, I feel like that might be more memorable. But the season specifically, I just don't remember.
I
Um,
watched, the movie when it came out in theaters,
yes, that
and
was that was before I'd gotten into anime when it came out.
they
So I
played
just
the
like I didn't know.
they played the opening in the theaters. That's why it's like, "Ooh, this is a good opening. It's a banger." Not gonna
Ah,
lie.
okay, okay. I need to watch the movie too to just like see if it's a banger because like I listened to it,
It's
I was like, it's all right.
basically, if you've seen the Mugen Train season, you've seen the movie. It's just the movie is just
Yes,
consistent, no breaks, no nothing, and it
yeah.
flows together a lot smoother.
That's what I was told. That's why I want to watch the movie specifically because I've seen the season and I was told you should watch the season because I think it was just coming out when I started
Mhm.
watching it. So I was like, I need to watch this. I need to see that. Pants, did you not watch the movie with me? No, 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 no. I chose not to. I think I was RAing at that time, so I was like, I can't. I'm too busy. Um, but yeah, when I didn't want to watch it because I was like, I was starting to get into anime and I was like, I want to watch Demon Slayer when it comes out. So I didn't want to watch the movie and just kind of get spoiled on stuff. Um, but yeah, so Mugen Train opening was probably my least favorite, and then my second least favorite is Garenge.
I can't believe you. What? What? That's a classic right there. That's like
it's
the
really good.
definition of an anime opening. What?
Here's the thing. They're all great. I will say like of course they're fantastic. Garenge is a little overplayed for me. I listened to it so much. It was my roommate's favorite song from there. So like I listened to it so many times that just like eventually I've heard it so many times that like I got a little bored.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I can
But
I can get it being overplayed. A lot of
I
people
wouldn't
like
say
that
it's bad.
opening.
I wouldn't say it's bad at all. It's really really good. Especially the animation on it's so good.
Yes.
So good.
Animation in this anime is just out of this world, but that's a different
Mhm.
conversation. Back to the
Mhm.
music.
Back to the music. I liked Zonkyo the second best. I know it's not necessarily fitting. Um, but I really liked the song and like for someone like the Sound Hashira, I think it works the best. For the Sound Hashira being the
Yeah,
main Hashira for that season, I
yeah.
think that song just really fits what's going on.
It does, it does. It fits this whole season entirely by itself. It fits the theme, it fits, like, the mission itself that what they're doing in,
Mhm.
the entertainment district. It fits it. It's just
Yeah.
personally, just overall, the overall big picture, it seems like it's coming out of left field to
Yeah.
at least from my opinion.
Yeah, that's fair. But then I adore the Swordsmith Village opening.
Yeah,
I love that. I love Millet. Millet's one of the artists that I really really enjoy listening. Like every time I hear a Millet song, I'm like, oh my god, this is so good. And then of course, Man with a Mission is also really good. So it's just you put both
yeah.
of them together, and it's just magic. It's just really good.
Oh, for
Um,
sure, for sure.
all right, so let's see. So people are saying that this is a 7 to 8 for the show. So let me see if let's do the what would we rate? Demon Slayer. We got a 7.5. We have an 8 and an 8.5. There you go, chat. Pick your number here. Pick your number. But yeah, so let's talk about endings now. What are your favorite endings?
Oh, geez. I put, Shirogane, the Mugen Train ending,
Mm-hmm.
as my favorite.
Oh, okay. All right. Fair enough.
Um, I actually liked the ending for season 1 from The Edge.
Oh, yep, I do too. I do too.
That's my second favorite. Asagakura,
Uh-huh.
that season 2 not season 2, Entertainment District
Yes.
ending.
Yep.
That one's my third favorite, and then the, ending for Swordsmith Village, that's my least favorite.
Yeah. I had flipped the Entertainment District and the Swordsmith Village. I had those ones flipped, and then I had the first season or the Mugen Train and the first season one flipped as well.
Okay.
So
Okay.
generally in the same sort of ones. I will say in this case, the endings are still really good. I just don't necessarily remember them as much as I do the openings.
Same. I actually had to go look them up because I was
I
like,
did
wait, I don't
too.
remember these. So I looked them up. I was like, oh, okay, it's these.
Yeah.
Well, I like this one more.
Yeah. I will say that like when I first was watching Demon Slayer, I didn't watch the endings necessarily either cuz like I have made it a rule for myself to watch it every single time now, like watch all the openings and endings cuz I just think they're really good. Especially endings are kind of underrated. Um
Yeah.
which there's one that will come up at some point where it's just like my favorite ending of all time kind of made me change that opinion. Um but yeah, I think that's totally fair for like what we've got.
I
Did you watch it?
usually
Oh, go ahead.
I usually have a rule, like, doesn't matter what anime, you have to watch the opening and the ending at least once. After that, you could skip it,
Yeah,
or depending on how much you like it. And every time the opening changes, you have to watch it again, or every
yeah,
time the ending changes, you have to watch it.
yeah.
You just have to.
That's what I like to do too, because it's like you can skip it, but like also like why would you want to skip Garenge?
Exactly. It's
Why
so
would
good.
why
It's so
would you
good.
why would you want to skip Kizuna no Kiseki?
Like
Why would you do that?
there's not that many openings I would skip, but Gurenge, I let that play the entire time. The first opening and the second opening for Jujutsu Kaisen,
Oh
I
yeah.
let those play. Jujutsu Kaisen for the win.
All right, actually,
Um,
just real quick, for JJK, like, do you like specials? The
like
most recent opening.
yes, yes, I do.
Okay, okay. It's grown on me. I did not like it as much as the other ones.
I love it. It's one of my favorite openings, but I made a joke to my boyfriend about because we were watching it together, and
Yeah.
now I can't help but laugh every time I see it now. So I ruined the
Oh,
opening for myself, but I still
oh
like the opening. The
no.
opening's a banger.
Oh, that's so good. Oh wait, hold on.
It's still good.
Let me see what we got in chat because I've been missing some stuff.
And
Okay,
I
what did
don't
they
want to
say?
say the joke in case that spoils anything for people. I really don't want to,
True,
but
true.
I'm more than happy to say
We'll
the
have
joke
to
for people if
we'll
they
have to
really want
hold
to
off
hear.
for now. We'll have to hold off for now. We'll have to hold off for now. Um, let me see. You said the movie was playing near you. Yeah, it's a shame. So I don't know. I was in a college town when it happened, so like it played at our place at least. In fact, you didn't care about at first you didn't care about it, and then it gave it a chance and listened. Chance in its top 5. Oh, for Demon Slayer, yeah. Demon Slayer is really good. This is the opinion of a man who gave Doctor Stone a 9. Okay, Doctor Stone is good. It's good. It's
It
a
is
good
good,
show.
but again, it depends on your taste. It really does.
Nah. Oh, I forgot to mention this during Doctor Stone. I tried to get my dad into some anime. He did not like Demon Slayer. He did not like AOT. He loves Doctor Stone. It's crazy that he likes Doctor Stone.
I
I,
would say Dr. Stone is for more like I don't want to call them nerds, but like people who are more into like actual factual stuff.
we said it was for nerds.
Okay, well then it's for nerds. But still, like if you personally like watching like science like historic like Discovery Channel or things like that,
Mhm.
Dr. Stone is for you. You
Yeah,
will like it.
yeah, I agree. And people say without popular Doctor Stone is you think Chapman would be on the wrong side of history. True. Pants is just a certified hater of Doctor Stone, but of just many things. True. Legit haven't heard much about Doctor Stone since release. Really? Toby liked Doctor Stone. That's good. Okay, Doc. By the way, I did do it in the order. It just for whatever reason it puts the 7.5 after. I don't know why it does that. And have I heard the new Mashal opening? I have not. I need to watch Mashal. Um, yeah, four would be the highest pants. Yeah, no, I've heard good things about Mashal. I haven't seen it yet. Swaying the vote out here. True, insane behavior. Insane behavior for even acknowledging that I like Doctor Stone. I I don't think it's that hot of a take. I think Doctor Stone is underrated. It's come out every single time that it comes out. It's like the worst timing for it. So like I think it came out
Honestly,
when
yeah.
I think it like the second season came out when Demon Slayer was coming out,
Yeah.
which like people are not gonna watch Doctor Stone, they're gonna watch Demon Slayer.
No.
I
Yeah,
think
no.
it was coming out last season, which had JJK,
Yep.
um, and there was another one I think that was beforehand where like it had another show, and it's like okay, well, it's just getting pushed down, even though it's really good. I think it's good at least. Um, Common Me L. This is not an L. It's a good show.
Like I said, it is a good show, but again, it's not for everyone's taste.
True.
Again, it's not in my top 10.
Hmm.
However, I do enjoy watching it
Yeah.
because of the plot itself, because I am curious, like, what the heck made everybody turn into stone? But that's
Yeah.
besides the point. That's mostly
Yeah.
what I'm curious about.
True. I just like how everyone has a superpower. That was my take. It's just man, it's absurd, but it's so great. Anyways, Demon Slayer sub or dub? Have you seen it in sub or I'm
I've seen
assuming
it in
it's
both.
mhm.
I
Which do you
prefer
prefer?
sub.
I agree.
I prefer sub. Not because like the rest of the cast did pretty okay. It's just the guy that did Tanjiro's voice in the English dub, I can't
Yeah.
stand him.
Yeah.
I can't stand his voice. And
That
a
is
large part of it, to be
exactly my
fair,
thoughts.
I think that was his first time landing a major role in voice acting. So he was still trying to get like the grasp of it. You
It
could
might have been.
tell the first season he was struggling with it, and that first half of Mugen Train, he was struggling with it.
Interesting.
Second half, he finally adapted to it, and he finally took Tanjiro, like, as his own, right?
Yeah.
However, by that point, I'm like, "Okay, it's kinda late for you, bud, like, props to you, you're giving it your best shot, cool, kudos to you. However, I'm going with subbed on this one. Subbed
Yeah.
is better."
I also agree with the sub because like that first season is just
It was
Tanjiro is
painful. It was
definitely,
painful.
and it's crazy too because like the shows that I have on here that I have in dub are all pretty good. I like don't think there's like very many bad performances. Tanjiro's
Mm,
was not bad, but it definitely was like almost nervous. If
yeah, it you could tell, like, he still hadn't grasped Tanjiro, like, as his own, right? Because
Mhm.
most voice acting is harder than normal acting. You
Yes.
have to put yourself into the character's shoes and think like, "Okay, this is how the character would react," but you have to mentally picture yourself in their position without acting on it, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's very, very hard, very, very challenging. I think this was, like, his first big role. I'm not
Yeah.
dissing him, he did his best, cool. Kudos to you, man, for landing this role. However, you know, you're a season and a half late, in my opinion, for finally grasping Tanjiro.
Yeah.
Better luck next time for your next role. Like, I'll
Right.
still give it to you, still good props. I'm sure you're a phenomenal voice actor. It's very hard. I will
Mhm.
not take that job lightly, but no, subbed is in this case is the winner
Yeah.
case.
I agree. I think Zach Aguilar has done a lot of stuff lately that like he's definitely like improved since Tanjiro.
Yeah. No, you can
Um,
tell from what he has been doing, he's definitely like you can tell like when they have improved, like they learn from their past mistakes. Like
yes.
he's definitely learned from Tanjiro,
Hmm.
and he's just gonna get better from here on out.
Yeah. Which I should probably rewatch more of the dub just to make sure and just be like, did I really think it was this way? But I definitely enjoyed the sub more.
Yeah,
That was my whole thing.
Sub just hit on a different level. In my opinion, they got more of the characters' personalities more accurate.
Hmm.
Like with Zenitsu, with Shinobu, and like the rest of them. It's not just Tanjiro. Like the sub just slaps. That
Yeah.
all the characters hit perfectly.
Yeah, it's really good. It's really good. By the way, for everyone who wants to watch Demon Slayer who hasn't watched it yet, I believe it's on Netflix, Hulu, Crunchyroll, and Funimation. And I believe where I heard about it was just from friends. I think that was mostly where I had heard about it. Apple, where did you hear about Demon Slayer?
My roommate actually, she's the one that got me. I got her into anime in general,
Hmm.
right? She got me into Jujutsu Kaisen and Demon Slayer.
Oh, okay. All right.
So, I was watching anime and she was visiting, like, she came over to hang out with me at my place. She's like, "Hey, I have this new anime I think you like." I was like, "Okay, sure. I trust
Hmm.
your opinion because we have similar taste. Put it on." we binge watched the entire first season of Demon Slayer,
Mhm.
like, that
Mhm.
day. By the time, like, we got through the end of season 1, I was practically clawing the TV, like, "Give me more."
Please. Yeah.
So, that's when I picked up the manga and I just read it all, like,
Yeah. Cuz
I
it's
got caught up
done.
on all of it. Yeah, it's
The
done.
manga's done, yeah.
Yeah, manga's been done for a while. I caught up on the manga, like, within 2 days after finishing season 1.
Mhm.
So, like, y'all are in for a treat. It's gonna be good.
Oh, I'm excited. I think it's going to be really good. Cuz like I thought that the first season starts off a little slow, but it definitely picks up halfway through. And then
Oh,
once it
yeah.
picks up, it's just it goes.
Most animes start off slow, just from all the anime that I've seen, they
Mhm.
start off slow. That's why I usually give it between 1 to 10 episodes depending on what genre it is, like Fairy Tail, I give it
Yeah,
10 episodes. If it's,
true.
like, something like Psycho-Pass, I give it 3 episodes, 3 to 5,
Mhm.
for instance, right?
Yeah.
But, like, with Demon Slayer, was immediately hooked by episode 3. It's just like, "Okay, cool." By
Yeah.
episode 4 or 5, the pace had finally picked up. It's like, "Alright, we're good.
Yeah.
We on this, we good. We're on a perfectly paced story right here."
True. All right, chat has voted and they voted it as an 8.5.
Yes.
I think it's an 8.5 out of 10, which is interesting.
Good.
Very interesting. So let's talk a little bit about the story. So I have a little synopsis tab. We're kind of in the spoiler-free section of stuff, so we're gonna try to keep it out of spoilers. I have to make sure that I type this up real quick and pin that. Um, but yeah, so when it comes to Demon Slayer, basically when it comes to the synopsis of it, I want to talk about episode 1, but I don't want to talk too much about it. If you want to correct me on the synopsis here, feel free. But basically, there's a world where demons will prey on humans as like I don't know, it's like their main food source, I guess. Um and our main character Tanjiro is basically on a quest to turn his sister back into a human after she is transformed into a demon. And I don't want to say too much more than that for anyone who hasn't seen the show until we get to the spoiler section. Um, but would you think that's kind of what the show's about?
Mm,
I could be
yes and
wrong.
no.
Yeah,
Demons didn't entirely exist at the beginning. They just kinda, like, appeared out of nowhere,
true.
in a way.
Yeah.
Um, and they know who started it. They've never seen them before,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
Um, to the normal average human, most of the time you're not gonna run into a demon. Then a
Right.
few cases, unfortunately, you might run into it. Well, you're probably already dead. So
Mhm.
sorry, life's tough, right?
True.
Tanjiro kind of got sucked into that. Like
Yeah.
he was a normal human, and unfortunately, circumstances put it to where he ran into one,
Yeah.
and that's started off with the whole, Demon Slayer series right there.
Mhm. Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. I would say it's a very simple story, but it's done very well. So it's easy to kind of pick up things as they kind of go on. Nothing too, I mean, like crazy things will happen, but it's not like anything that is too hard to understand when you're
Yeah,
going through it. Um, I would definitely rewatch this. I'm sure that you would rewatch this too. This
I've
just for
seen
my little
it
thing.
3 or 4 times by now just
Yeah,
because me just trying to get other people to watch it, like other
true.
friends. Um, Mugen Train, I've only seen, like, twice.
Hmm.
So, like, all the other seasons I've only seen, like, once, but I would be more than happy just to go back and just binge watch it all again.
Yeah,
I would be happy to.
yeah. I think I'm on my second watch. I watched a little bit of it, and I just wanted to refresh it again after we go through some seasons. I was like, well, let's just keep watching and kind of go back and see what else there was. But for sure, I would definitely rewatch it. Um, it's something. It sounds like you would recommend it to people as well, because I would also recommend it because I think it's just easy to get invested in.
Oh, yeah,
Um,
definitely. It would not be a starter anime, but for sure, like, if someone's, like, looking for something like, "Hey, do you have something, like, a little more story, gore related?" And I'll be like, "Yeah, sure. Here you go. This is perfect."
yeah, yeah, exactly. I think it's a good enough show to kind of hold things on its own too. I think it can hold its merits. Um, and yeah, personally, I think you could, but I could also see people getting a little like, okay, maybe it's a little too gory for me to get into. Um, but definitely recommend at some point for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
And could this be someone's favorite anime? I absolutely think that it could be. Um, I don't know. Is it your favorite? What is your favorite one? If you have, if you can think of one. Also, Doc,
Still has to be in my top one, just because of
Psychopass.
how good that anime is.
Ooh, okay, all right.
Um, I do love me Fruits Basket
Okay, okay.
and Oran High Host Club.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I'm one of those,
Mm-hmm.
but those are classics and those are
Hey,
very good.
Oron High School Host Club's pretty good. I
It's a great series.
going into it, I was like, I'm gonna make fun of this thing. This thing's not gonna be very good. There's no way that I'm gonna like this thing.
Oh, for
I
sure.
ate my words. I ate my words there. I think it was
It's
pretty good.
exactly, it's good, right?
I think it's pretty good. I think it's pretty good.
Um, Demon Slayer though is in my top favorite anime of all time. Like it definitely is in my top 10, but
Mm-hmm.
like if I had to pick my all-time favorites be depending on how I'm feeling whenever I go back and what kind of mood I'm in, it's definitely in my top 5 all time.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Fair enough. Fair enough. Doc, the shows that we've seen so far are, or we've talked about so far, are Ranking of Kings and Doctor Stone, and then this is the third one. Um, so yeah, I think it definitely could be someone's favorite. So let's do a little more discussion. I don't know. We've probably discussed a lot of the spoiler-free stuff. I think we can probably move over to the spoiler section. So let me type up spoiler, pin this thing for people who are coming in, and yeah, if you want to talk spoilers, this is the time to do it. We'll give it like 5 seconds for people to mute or look away or whatever. Um, but yeah. So Apple,
Mhm.
is there a moment in the show that really sticks out to you as like what was the moment that kind of made you be like, this is a show that I really like? This is a show that just like piques my curiosity in such a way.
Um, oh geez, that's hard.
Yeah, that's fair.
'Cause honestly, that's happened
Mm-hmm.
multiple times throughout the series, which I appreciate and I love. I think like the first time though
Mm-hmm.
was when Tanjiro was fighting against Giyu, against when Giyu was trying to kill Nezuko off, like
Okay.
at
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
very beginning.
Yeah.
I expected like to be fair, main characters are normally not my go-to favorites
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
at all. I normally don't like the main characters just
Same.
because of like how naive they are half the time.
Sure.
But like when Tanjiro was, racing up against Gio, screaming at him, trying to pretend like he's got something behind his back when he actually had like nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And it threw even Gio off. I was like, oh, this kid's actually smart. He's
Yeah.
not naive. I wonder what his full potential would be.
Yeah.
And
I mean, he's still kind of naive, but
a
it's
little
not
bit, yeah.
like, but it's because he's literally like he had no idea about any of this beforehand,
Yeah, and
and
that's the
so
difference though. Like
yeah.
there's a difference between like not I like physically not knowing, like you can't know what you don't know, right? But
Mm-hmm.
then there's also like, oh, I bet you he's still good inside. And when he's clearly an evil murderer monster that needs to
Yeah.
be put down, right? Like there's a difference there.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
There's a
for
huge
sure.
difference there. And Tanjiro's just like he's the naive type, like, I don't know what I don't know. But once he
Mm-hmm.
knows, he can figure it out and go from there.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Which is part of the reason why I love him. It's like, hey, you're an actual main character that's like that seems more realistic than all the other main characters that I've
Mm-hmm.
come across.
Yeah.
You actually take what you know, and you learn from it, like, and you move on.
Exactly. And he really learns. He does learn.
The
Chat
fact
says, "Oh, go ahead.
mhm,
Sorry."
that and like the way he loves his family.
Mm-hmm.
Like you have to understand, like Tanjiro lost his entire family,
Mm-hmm.
and his sister got turned into a demon. The poor kid is 14, 15.
Yeah. And it
He's
happens overnight too. It's not like it's just like a thing that slowly happens. Literally, it is an episode one thing of, he literally goes out and he's like, okay, I'm just gonna sleep here for now. Like I can't, like it took me too much time to get the wood to the village. I'm just gonna
yeah.
come back. I'll sleep, at this guy's house, and then when he comes back, everyone's just gone.
Yeah, like In the training arc, it's like when he was training, like, for the water breathing stuff, that took
Mhm.
2 years.
Yeah.
2 years.
Yep.
So, technically, he lost his family when he was 12. He's about 15, 13
Mhm.
ish around that time. He's 15 when he actually sets out on the actual Demon Slayer, like, quest, right?
Mhm.
But, like, when all that stuff went down, he was 12, 13 years old. And
Mhm.
this poor kid hasn't had a chance to grieve. He hasn't had a chance to, like, fully process his family is gone.
Yeah.
And yet he still mans up, like, the courage. He still bucks up. Like, he does whatever it takes to, that drive and that determination to save his sister. It's like, you poor kid, you just need a hug. But, like, that drive and
True.
that determination is like, this.
Mhm.
This is a kid I want to root for. Like, I
Yeah.
will stand up, I will cheer for you all till, like, my voice is hoarse. Like, you deserve everything.
Yeah. And I think it definitely works well even with, like, when Nezuko, like, loses herself sometimes because
Yes.
all of her demon stuff, she still is brought back because of Tanjiro, usually because it's just of his candidness.
Oh, yeah.
Um, and, like, I think it definitely, like, shows because, like, even as a demon, she loves him enough to be able to break out of that and not, you know,
Yeah.
she has
It
the thing where it was like, was it hypnosis? I guess it was kind of hypnosis, but like
kinda,
also
yeah.
at the same time, it's like how much of that is really affecting it versus truly she is able to just overcome that, overcome her demon
And
self for Tanjiro.
here's also the other thing too. Nobody knows, at least, like, those that haven't read the manga, nobody knows the demon that infected Nezuko,
True.
or at least they have an idea.
Hmm.
Whenever that happens, it depending on the blood of the demon, that does portray, like, how strong
Hmm.
you get.
Yeah.
Nezuko keeps getting stronger and stronger and stronger,
True.
right? So the hypnosis at this point probably is not working anymore.
Yeah.
But yet she still will not hurt her brother because she knows for a
Exactly.
fact that that's her brother.
Yep. Yep. That's kind of where I was thinking for stuff. But let's see. So Chad says they don't remember how far the anime is now, but it's freaking gorgeous. Akaza versus Rengoku really solidified it for someone.
Mhm.
Which, yeah, that's pretty good.
Ah, God. Akaza and Goku, man, like, that
So
fight,
good.
whew, it was so good.
Set your
So
heart
good.
ablaze.
Yep. Yep. No, just the artwork. The artwork was like a mixture of, I had to look it up, right? Because
Hmm.
when it comes to art, I am terrible, right? I make
Sure.
stick figures look terrible,
True.
right?
True.
So I had to look at, like, I think part of the reason why it's so popular is because of the watercolor animation.
Hmm.
That's what
Hmm.
they're incorporating into all this, and along with CGI and whatnot.
Yeah.
So it's like everybody, for the most part, loves watercolors because they look so pretty and they pop out so
Hmm.
much. Mix
Hmm.
that with CGI, bang, you got Demon Slayer, and it looks so beautiful.
True.
It
It
is
looks so good.
one of the best anime that I have seen with some of the best graphics, like, hands down, so good.
Hmm. Yeah, it's one of those things where like when they have a hype moment, you know it's a hype moment.
Oh, yeah,
They put every bit of animation budget into. Oh, sorry, not even that because the rest of the show still looks great. But they
oh,
put
yeah,
so much budget into just those things, and it works. It pays off every time.
like, with Tanjiro fighting against, the spider demon,
Yep,
can't remember his name off the top of my head,
that's probably where it really sold me.
you know,
Was that fight because like
that fight was gorgeous.
I was watching through stuff and I was like, all right, this is pretty good. But I think that was the moment where I was like, yes, this is the show. This is like a really, really good show.
There hasn't been a lot of anime where I'm, like, on the edge of my seat
Mhm.
most of the time just because of how many I've seen. I've
True.
kinda just been, or what's the word I'm looking for? Just, like, used to it, right?
Yeah,
There's
you.
only been a couple of anime where, like, I'm on the edge of my seat and, like, what was it? The fight with Tengen,
Mhm.
Tanjiro, and
Mhm.
then the fighting against the older brother.
Yeah.
I was jumping up and down, like, screaming at the TV, like, "Get him!" Like, I already
True.
knew what was going to happen, but
True.
just the hype for it, it was, ooh, such a banger, and then the ending for Swordsmith Village, I got that same feeling again.
Yep.
Edge of your seat, you're jumping out of your seat, screaming at the TV, just get him.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
So good. So good.
Hybrid also thinks that the Swordsmith Village arc was also like the ending for that was so good, and it really was. I think it was so well done. There was so much that like because people were really like I don't know what the hate for Swordsmith Village was about. I guess it was kind of because like the demons I don't think were as compelling as the other demons that had happened beforehand. So like
A lot of
the
people don't like that one because they seem kinda like it's kinda a left field type thing,
mhm,
which it kinda is because the whole point of it is Tanjiro just getting a better sword because at this point, that's
yeah,
after the entertainment district, he's already broken 2 swords, which is already
true,
unheard of.
true,
It's already unheard of. Not to mention he keeps getting a black blade, which is considered unlucky because
mhm,
most of the demon slayers that have black swords, they end up dead.
right,
So that's why he went there. It's like, I need a better sword because something obviously is not working. I need something that can handle what I can do.
yeah,
And
exactly.
that literally is the entire point of the Swordsmith
Swordsmith
Village
Village.
arc.
Yep, yep. Which I think is fine. Maybe it slows down the pace a little bit, but like I never thought that it was. I remember that like I remember seeing people talking about it and being like, "Yeah, this was awful. Like this season is just not good. Demon Slayer has fallen off." I didn't get that vibe, and I think that last episode really proves it. That last episode was so beautiful. It
Oh
was
yeah.
so good. It was so touching and emotional. Um, and I think it definitely fits super well with what Demon Slayer is going for, even though like this arc was mainly just for Tanjiro getting a sword. There were other things that still happened besides that.
Not
That
to
impact
spoil
the story.
anything, not to spoil anything, but like once the series has completed, you guys will understand why Swordsmith Village isn't a left field type
Yes.
thing and why it's more than just Tanjiro getting a sword.
Yeah.
Like
Unless
you see part of the picture right now. Once you see the whole complete picture, you'll be like, "Oh, that makes sense. Now
yeah.
I know why they did it that way." All I'm
Yeah.
saying is just be patient. Trust me, you're gonna love like the rest of the season. It's gonna be hard, but you're going
True.
to love it.
It's gonna be so. I actually just can't wait for it to come out. It's coming out in April, March. I think it might be coming back in
Somewhere
March.
around there. Somewhere around there. And for sure, I'm already marking my
Oh
calendars
yeah.
and I'm gonna be watching it hands down every week.
Oh yeah. I think it's coming out in theaters, which is always
Yes.
so fun. That's what they've been doing every single time. And like, I didn't go to the Mugen Train one when it came out in theaters, but I definitely went to the Swordsmith Village when it came out in theaters, and that was so hype. That was so fun.
I didn't know
Um,
that it came out in theaters for Swordsman Village. I did not
no,
know that. I did not
so
know that.
they did a thing where they watched the last two episodes of Entertainment District, and then they showed the first episode of Swordsmith Village in theaters,
Okay.
and it was so good. It was so good.
They might do the same thing again then for this next season.
Which I would be so down.
Which same, I would too, especially with what's coming.
Oh
Whew.
no. Oh my gosh.
Whew.
It's
That it's gonna be intense.
it's gonna be so
It's
good.
it's gonna be intense. It's gonna be good, and I already guarantee you, you're gonna come screaming at me like, "Why?" And I'm just gonna be raising my hands like, "I'm not the author, dude."
True.
But it's good.
I think the other thing with Demon Slayer is that like with like Rengoku dying, there's like nobody is necessarily safe. Which is that's always nice to know is when you have a show that like literally everybody could be in danger of getting knocked out. That is it makes every time that they go into a fight that much more compelling because you don't know what's going to happen and it's like, "Oh my gosh, like are they going to be able to make it out of this? Like what's going to happen?" Um
Yep. All I'm gonna say is, just enjoy your characters. Nobody
oh
is
my
safe.
gosh. Oh no.
Try not to spoil it too much. Just
Fair, fair.
you know, I did cry at the end of the manga when I read it.
Oh
So,
no.
yes, I did.
Uh-oh. Oh no.
Um, but overall, like I said, it's still a good story, and everybody has their role.
This is
And
true. This is true.
ultimately, at the end of the day, part of the reason why I just think Demon Slayer is such a big hit is because you see good versus evil, and you see like good like vanquishing evil, and justice is actually being served right there
Yeah.
on the platter.
Yeah. Let's see. So people are saying that the latter stuff will actually be better in anime than as a manga.
Yeah,
It looks like.
because manga artwork wise wasn't that great, if that makes sense. Like I
Hmm.
had to reread it a few times in order to process what really happened.
Yeah.
And by then I was already chucking my phone halfway across the room, like, what do you mean this just happened? So I can't wait to see it in crystal clear, but I also know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
So let me get my box of tissues ready.
Yeah. I'm worried too because like the end of last season with all of the Nezuko stuff where they kind of do the fake out of her dying, I that nearly got me. So I don't know what's gonna be happening with later parts, but I have a feeling it's gonna get me. And also, by the way, chat. So like, not to like, not that I don't know how to say it, but besides like, not that I'm like a giga chat and like I don't cry at anything because like I mean I just in general I'm not very emotional. But anime is usually the one thing where like it can kind of elicit emotion out of me, or like some JRPGs and stuff. So like when I say like a show makes me cry or like makes me like very emotional, that is usually like an indicator of like this is a really good show and like they really are able to do a lot with what they have. Um I'm not I guess I am a giga nerd. That's a
It's
fair
okay.
I
It's okay.
I
I
accept
cry
it.
over anime too, and like with Kingdom Hearts, when specific characters died, I cried
What?
too. It's
I'm
okay.
sorry, what?
No, don't
I
worry about
haven't
it.
gotten that far.
Don't worry about it. The point is, like, all I'm saying when it comes to Square Enix, nobody is safe. Nobody is safe in Square Enix. All right.
Shion,
So don't
who am I
don't
gonna have
get
ice cream with?
stop. Stop. That entire game by itself, I cried, alright?
uh,
358/2, I just cried,
I need to
alright?
play it. I need to play it.
Oh, that game, ooh, talk about feelings, ooh,
Yeah.
not fair. And then Final Fantasy Crisis Core, 13-year-old, Applesauce was not ready for
Mm-hmm.
that.
Mm-hmm.
I wailed. I mourned for a month over that one.
I played Final Fantasy X for the first time in I think it was sophomore year of college. And while I knew it was gonna happen at the end, I still cried at the end.
Yep,
I like especially because like I knew it was gonna happen. I was like, no.
because it's Square Enix, and they
Yeah.
know how to, they know where to stab where it hurts.
Brutalize, yeah.
But
Um
Demon Slayer is just like that.
oh gosh. It's gonna be I mean
Like I
like
said, it's good, but
true.
it's gonna kick you in the feels.
I have to come back and rank this at some point later, I'm sure. Cause like I'm gonna be doing these over and over again, like at some point too, and like when the new like when shows have new seasons and stuff, I'll kind of do updates as time goes on. So I'll definitely have to do that for sure.
For
Um
sure. As for me, since I finished the series, I read the manga and all this, I would give it a solid 9 out of 10.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, I was gonna put your
That's
I was gonna put your vote in here as well.
I would give
Um
it a solid 9 out of 10 just from the manga and everything else like that.
mhm.
Now, if you really want me to critique, I would then drop it to an 8.5.
Yeah, I think. Let me. Or I'll put us to deeper. Is there anything else you want to talk about real quick about it? Is there anything that we left out? Oh, we forgot to talk about music. The music is
Insane.
always it's always fitting for whatever scene that you're in. The way
Yep.
that like the singing is incorporated into it is like it's always mesmerized. Like it's one of those ways that the songs are kind of like eerie in a way that like um it causes tension whenever you hear them. Um And so all like the the old Japanese instruments and all those kinds of
Mhm.
different things, it's always fitting for like the setting and like what's going on. So I think the music is also extremely well done. Um,
I just love how historical accurate it is because that time
True.
period in 15th, 16th century Japan,
Mhm.
that's my favorite time periods of history in Japan I love to learn about. So,
Mhm.
because it's historically accurate, I love it.
Yeah. And
It
that's
just makes
yeah,
it that much more real.
true. Yeah. I think it all just works really well. I think the whole show blends together pretty nicely. I will say so like for my rating, I'll put us in debrief mode. Well, this is just one more thing I want to say about music. The music reminds me of Near Automata music. I don't know if you've played Near Automata, Apple.
Mm-mm.
Oh, by the way, highly recommend it.
Okay.
That is a fantastic game. They do storytelling like I've never seen before. Um, but I you'd have to like listen to it, but like that soundtrack is so very reminiscent of it in the way that like um they're able to have so many like different like sounds just kind of encapsulating things. So it encapsulates a whole bunch of different things going on in like the moment, but it captures it so beautifully.
Okay.
Um, but yeah, I would play the near games if you haven't already. That's just a suggestion to chat as well. Kit says both near games are top tier. Music's even higher tier. True. I think Nier
Okay.
Automata has my favorite soundtrack of all time.
Oh, okay.
Which is wild, but it is what it is. But yeah, so let me put this in debrief. There we go. All right, chat. No more spoilers. So you have given this a oh whoops. You've given this show a 9.
Yep,
Chat
a
has given
9.
this an 8.5. I have given this an 8. I gave this show an 8. I think when I was rewatching it, the first couple of episodes were a little slow. I think like while in general they do a good job of like the pacing, now that I've kind of like seen everything and kind of know what's going to happen, sometimes I don't even want to like go back and see like the old parts.
Yeah,
Especially when you don't have like some of the more prevalent demons approaching. Um
yeah, fair enough.
so like every time it always slows the pace a little bit too much. There's always something that like it kind of I don't know. The pace is just a little too slow for me. But in general, I think it's still a fantastic show, and I think it works really, really well. Let's
All
see.
I'm gonna
So,
say is towards the end, or if you decide to pick up the manga, you're gonna eat that 8.
that's the thing, and I'm absolutely up to it. Again, this is an as of right now, I am at an 8, and
Fair
I
enough.
am totally willing to be like I was wrong. This is not an 8. Although here's the
Fair
thing,
enough.
you say it could be like good, but it could also be bad. We could get a what's it called? Promise Neverland.
Oh, no, no, there's no
Yeah.
way. There's no way.
Who
The
knows?
only no, like, the
Or a
only
Soul Eater.
that the rest of the Demon Slayer series will turn out to be like The Promised Neverland is if, like, the animation studio just decides to go left field and not follow the manga. There's no way.
This is true. This is true.
There's no way, like, the manga is pretty set in stone, and from what I remember of the manga and everything else, the anime is following it, like, almost to the T.
Oh, good. I mean, I think Promise
So,
Neverland did, and then they just went, no, we don't want to do that. We just don't want to do what that is. Same thing with like
I'm
Tokyo Ghoul.
hoping I'm hoping and praying that they don't do that.
Me too. Me too. But yeah, so I will. Let me move this back over to here. Apple, thank you. So, or I'll do this real quick. Apple, thank you so much for stopping by and
Yeah.
doing all these things. I appreciate you being here. I hope you enjoyed your time here. This is always fun. Just chatting about
Yeah.
anime with people
It's
is
fun.
it's always
Uh,
great.
I can't wait for y'all to, like, know what I know because it's torture not being able to tell
True,
anybody except other
true.
people that I know that have read the manga series.
Yeah, I feel like
But
that's just like a general thing. I have a friend who reads all the manga for every show, and it's like I don't want to do that. I want to watch it anime because that's just how I got into things.
I normally don't it takes a lot for me to pick up the manga, I used to be one of those, but, like,
Mhm.
as I got older, it's like I don't have the time nor patience, but if I
True.
pick up the manga, like, you know for a fact I'm a hardcore fan of this series.
Yeah.
I'm picking up the manga for Jujutsu Kaisen. I'm reading
Oh,
that right
okay.
now.
All right, fair enough.
Oh, there's a lot going down there. That's also good. That's a different topic. Trying to find the manga for Psycho-Pass so I can
Ooh, is
get,
it
like,
a
an
manga?
idea of yes, there is a manga which the author will not let his own kids read it because apparently it's much darker than the actual show.
Oh my.
So I'm like, "Ooh, okay. I need to read this."
Ruh-roh.
So, but yeah, I can't wait for other people to see it or pick up and read it. If you do, just let me know. That way I can actually be like, I know, right? With you.
True. Yeah, I'll definitely let you know. I'll definitely let you know. Um, but yeah, is there any sort of like shout out you want to give to anybody? I don't know if you want to shout out your own stuff or if you want to shout out anyone else.
Um,
Feel free.
I don't stream, but I am gonna drop him in there.
Let's
I am a mod
go.
for Mitokage. Give him a follow. He's a great dude. He's also into anime. He makes anime references all the time whenever he streams, from Naruto to Bleach to whatever the JoJo's Bizarre Adventures, whatever pops in his head that fits at the moment.
I
Great
mean,
dude, fun
the
to hang
last
out
part of
with.
his name is Kage as well.
Exactly.
It's
So I
gonna
mean,
have
like
something going on.
if you're a fan of Naruto, go give this man a follow, right? You're gonna love his opening and his
Oh, it's
outro.
so good. I mean, just regardless of if
Yeah.
you like it or not, you'll like the opening and outro.
Yeah, no, just in general, if you like memes, if you're here for Toonami times, which if you're an older anime fan, if you remember Toonami, go give Mitokage a follow. His entire
What's Toonami?
so Toonami was
I know what
back in the
Toonami is.
2000s. Okay, well, for those who don't know,
True.
Toonami back in like the early 2000s, that's what they showed anime off Cartoon Network. That's where I started watching anime.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm pretty sure that's where a bunch of people started watching anime. But that's where I watched things like Rurouni Kenshin, Zoids, Gundam Wing, all that
Mm-hmm.
stuff. That's where I watched it.
True.
So, but yeah, his entire stream is based off of that set. Go give this man a follow. He's fun and yeah, get in for a good time.
Absolutely. Mito. Oh, Mito is. I don't know if Mito is here. Doc says hello, Mito.
I don't know if he is here. If he's not, shame on him.
True. Oh, here we go. Yeah, Doc, that looks good. That looks good. Sick. I don't know where he is. He should be here. He should be. He was here early. He was here earlier at least.
He was earlier.
Dropped the
I don't
sub.
know.
You
I
just
don't
had a
know.
shout out. Yeah. But yeah, thank you so much for being on here, Apple. I really appreciate it.
Yeah,
I hope you enjoyed your time here.
I did. I
Um,
did. Thanks for letting me come on here and talk. It was fun.
yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Don't mean to like kick you off necessarily, but we're moving on to a different show.
No, you're
Which,
fine. You're fine.
you know,
Adios.
adios. Thank you so much for being here. Sweet. All right, let's swap back over to this. So we super temp, but would be super nice to throw on screen for a sec if you can. Yeah. I'll probably do that for next time. Let me do that for next time. But yeah, yeah, it was a lot more fun with having somebody here for talking about this too. Just makes everything easier. So I'm glad that Apple was able to come on here and just chill out and chat with us. Really good time. Really good time. Um, and yeah, just lots of different things. But so based on all of that stuff, I need to put a guest rating on some of the ones where I have guests show up. But based on what we have for rating that the ones that y'all rated. Y'all said it was an 8.5. I said it was an 8. Apple said it was a 9. So that means the average of all that would be 8.5. So, oh, I keep doing that wrong. So we'll go with a rating of 8.5, which means on on Mal, I will have that as a 9, which I think that is fine. I think that's fine. That works for me. I hope that works for everybody else. But all right, chat, moving on to the next show. Let me pin this, baby. The next show that we have going on is a little show by the name of Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. Chat, what do we think of Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood? Out. Maybe. We're almost done, chat. We're almost done. We have two more. We have this one and then another one. 0 to 2. 3 to 4. 5 to 6. 8. 9 to 10. There we go. All right, chat. There's the poll for you. That's the poll for you. Go check it out. Go check it out. How many more we got? S tier. S tier. Classic right here. Absolute top 10 of all time. A+++. S. Def not a starter. What? Really? This one's also really good. Everyone's putting it with the fives. That's good. That's good. I need to check my master list. I have a master list of all the shows that I've ranked. What did I have it on? Okay. All right, sweet. I was pretty sure I remembered what it was, but someone watched the anime or After the Trauma of the first anime. Ah, yes. The classic, the first part of the first anime was apparently rough, but I think it's definitely worth a starter. But as y'all are doing that, I'm going to talk about my stuff. The best characters in the show. We'll talk about it later, but I think Mustang is a fantastic character. I think Mustang is one of the most well-written characters. You're not really sure what's going on with him, but by the end of the story, I think there's just so much character development that he's got going on that it's just so interesting. Bradley is also one of those things. Bradley is such a great like top figure in there. Sort of like his authority is very interesting. He seems like such a great guy. There's a lot of different things going on that I just think works really well. Izumi is, I think, an underrated character. Izumi Curtis, who I believe shows up kind of halfway through. She's awesome. I think she has a lot of like great character development. Even if she doesn't have like too much screen time, I think she shines with a lot of the stuff that she has. Hughes is also just really fantastic. Everybody loves Hughes. Everyone who knows Hughes just thinks that he's just a great character. And then my favorite character of all time is blocked off for now because I don't want to say who it is quite yet because I think they're kind of a spoiler. So I was just like, I'll leave that out for now, and we'll kind of do that. When it comes to openings, I think that the order is pretty. Some of them are kind of interchangeable, but in general, there is a list that I definitely like. I think 4 is probably the worst one. I was not a huge fan of it. I mean, I think all of them are pretty good. All the openings are pretty good. 4 kind of sticks out to me as like one of the worst ones, but that's also just me. That's just kind of how it is. I think that 2 is pretty good. 2 grew on me. The problem is it comes after 1, and 1 is just so good. So every single time that you like have like a great opening, the next one that follows it is always just kind of like meh usually. So 2 coming after 1 is usually like a hard thing to sell, but I would say that 2 is probably slightly worse than 5. I think 5 is also pretty good for like a last opening. I think it does a fantastic job of kind of setting the scene. 1 is just a fantastic opening in general, but it's not quite my favorite because I really love 3. The song in 3 is like one of my favorite songs of all time. So that's just kind of where I'm at on that specifically. But wait, let me see. Yeah, this is a top tier. This Bleach AOT, this Bleach and AOT got you an anime. Ah, all right, fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, the top tier starter anime. This is great first anime ever. This is the first anime you ever watched. It's a good starter one. If anyone's read the manga and watched Brotherhood, how close are the two? From what you've heard, the manga and the anime are close. This anime set the trend for the anime following the manga to the T. They're both super close. FMAV was made with the original devoted to the manga, or deviated from the manga, and then this one follows the manga super close. Yeah, from what I know, this is still very much like following the manga, and it's still really good. I think it's really, really well done. And you guys think it's also really well done because you voted it for a 9 or a 10. Let me do another one. What would you rate? Maybe. And then it's a... Yeah, it's either a 9, a 9.5, or a 10. I don't know why it does this, chat. It just does it. I don't know why it puts the 9.5 down at the bottom. But that's where it is. For endings don't particularly stand out to me necessarily in this show, but I think there's really two that do. Personally, I did not like 2 at all, nor did I really remember 4. Both of those were just kind of like, again, I don't know. The even ones didn't really stand out to me too much. The endings, or the other one that kind of stuck out to me as like kind of meh was 3. The only reason that 3 is above the other ones is because May does a little dance during it with like the little panda, and it's just adorable. That's literally the only reason that it's above the other ones, because it just didn't particularly stick out to me. But 5 is a really, really great ending, especially for like what the show has going on. Very great visuals, very great song that kind of go with it. So I think it's really good. And then I think the first one is a banger. The first one is extremely good. I love the art style for it. I love the song that plays with it. It all just kind of fits together super well. And so I think it's just a really, really good ending overall. Sub or dub, I've only seen it in dub, and that's really the only thing that I care about. I think the dub is done so well that it just works. I'm sure the sub is very good, but the dub works just fine enough for me, so I think I'm good with that. Where can you watch it? You can watch this thing on Netflix, on Hulu, and on Crunchyroll/Funimation. And where did I hear about this? Mostly from friends. My friends. This is always the one that I hear of, like, when I heard about getting into anime, or I started getting into it, this is kind of the one that people were talking about to get into. So I think it kind of fits. I think it's sort of a fitting thing. But yeah, so you guys have rated this thing as a 10. Very interesting. Very interesting. A 10, huh? Well, I suppose we'll have to see what I think about this show then. This will be fantastic. All right, so the synopsis about the show. This one's a little more on the nose. This one's maybe a little bit after episode 1, just because episode 1 does not really talk about the full extent of the show in general. But after the brothers, who are Edward and Alphonse Elric, after they try to bring back their deceased mother, they end up losing part of their bodies, and they're on a quest to kind of get those bodies back. So you'll kind of see that's kind of what happens in the first episode a little bit. That's kind of like they'll kind of set that stuff up, of just like exactly what happened and a whole bunch of different things. So there's a lot of different things, a lot of different mysteries that kind of unravel from searching about how to get their bodies back. And it's got a whole bunch of different things that they are able to talk about just from this story. Would I rewatch? I think I would, especially with friends. There was a time when like I got a little bored with the series. I don't know why, but I definitely, it like slowed down for me for a little bit, and I was not hugely like into it for a bit. But when I rewatched it, or like I was watching one of my friends watch it, like it was so much more fun to just kind of banter about the show with him. So I think it's definitely like a really great like show to watch, especially if you have a friend who's never watched any anime before. This might be a first one to kind of guide them through, or just kind of make jokes with, because it's just a pretty good one in general. Would I recommend it? I usually, it's one of the first ones that I do recommend, because I think it's just a good starter anime. There's not any huge amount of fan service. There's a little bit of gore, but it's not anything crazy. The story is so good. The characters are all so compelling. There's a lot of just interweaving things that you kind of figure out as like time goes on, and it kind of answers all the questions that it asks. And so I think it's one of those ones where it's like an easy kind of recommendation to have. Could this be somebody's favorite? If you look at Mount, well, I guess not right now. If you look at my anime list right now, It's not number one, which, by the way, it has Freerun as number one, which I kind of agree. Freerun is really good. If you haven't seen Freerun, spoilers for when I talk about Freerun, I guess. But yeah, it's most people's favorites. So I'm not surprised that it's it could be somebody's favorite. It's usually one in talks to be people's favorites. But yeah, so let's do some sort of discussion. So I think in general that like the art style of it is really good. It's kind of this unique thing. It's Yo, Friendly Fire 64, welcome on in. How are y'all doing today? Welcome. We're just here talking about anime. We're just going through and chatting about some shows. Just so I can get ready. Welcome on in, Nox Crystallis and No Points for Pans. Good to see you all here. Hero? How was the stream today? I'm assuming it was both of y'all today, if I remember correctly, right? What'd y'all stream today? Oh, thank you so much for the follow, Nox Crystallis. I appreciate it. I'm assuming it was Mario Party. And if that's the case, the follow-up question would be who won? Who's the champion? No Points for Pits. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. So fun. The monkey won the party. Yeah, let's go. DK. It's so good. You were robbed. I can imagine. It's Mario Party, so that's going to be the case. It's going to be the case that you were robbed. That's just the nature of Mario Party at this point. That's kind of why I don't play it. I don't play games that have a lot of luck involved. So, that's just my thing, I guess. It's just my thing. Honestly, she was a little bit, admittedly. Because what happened? Did someone get like the boo and steal the stars? I'm assuming it was along those lines. Well, at least it's not the. I've seen a clip of a guy who was going up against a CPU Daisy. I think they get like 3 stars from like just like their roll. They got a high roll. They got to the star 3 times. They land on a special square and steal another star from somebody. And then that was a hidden block square, and they got a star from the hidden block. So at least it wasn't that bad. At least I hope it wasn't that bad. But you were behind like 3 stars, but you caught up in the end. Oh yeah. Yeah, that'll do it. That's how I would do it. Is I always get the, if we're in like the cemetery one, I always get the King Boo. And the King Boo always messes me up. Or I was use it to mess everybody up and just do that instead. Oh, excellent. Oh, I need to. I do. Can I do that? Did I spell that correctly? I sure hope I did. There we go. If y'all haven't followed Friendly Fire 64, y'all should go follow Friendly Fire 64. Go drop in, say hi, go drop him a follow if you haven't already. Great friends of the channel. Always hang out around here. Always do some great stuff around here. So y'all should go check them out. Also, if y'all are getting into anime, Friendly Fire 64, this is a good stream because this is all the starter anime that I'm ranking on my anime list. So make sure you check if you're interested. Go check them out. All those different things. It's great. It's fantastic. All right, so let me think about. We were talking about art style. Art style is really, really good. It's a nice. It's not chibi, but it has some chibi elements into it, which are usually pretty good. I think each of the characters has a purpose in the story, which is always nice. It's always nice when the characters are actually important, because sometimes they have a hard time doing that. Sometimes these shows have a harder time making characters important, and I think every one of the ones in this show are important. Some more important than others, but in general, I would say, everyone has their purpose, which is always good. The music is always good. It's always fitting. They try to make the music tense when tense things are happening. They try to make things actiony when actiony things are happening. When things are more somber, they really make things fit. And it's songs you've probably heard before from like maybe YouTube videos or just like edits of things. But in general, I do think that this show does things super well with its stuff. I just realized I had the 8.5 there the whole time, and no one told me. Um, but yeah, so I think that in general, this show is really, really good with all of its characters and all of its world building, and kind of step by step showing you kind of how everything has worked, as well as having villains who are actually kind of like they are definitely um, they are menacing in their own right, and they're able to kind of be threatening when they need to be, which is good. That's what you need in villains. That's kind of what you want. And so there's a lot of different things that are good there, I think. But yeah, let me swap over to spoilers quick. So if y'all haven't seen the show, I'll give you guys a second to go and check out or to kind of mute if you are interested in watching Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood, or if you are, you just don't want to be spoiled in general. This is kind of your last warning to kind of mute me, and I'll change the title again when things are ready, and we'll figure it out. We'll get that thing going. But yeah, so that's a lot of things with FMAB. So let's see. So with spoilers, I think the story in this show is really, really good. I think it's just like a solid story because they really make characters go through a lot of turmoil and a lot of questions that they really need in that moment. So they have like a whole arc with Alphonse where Alphonse is like, am I a real person? Am I really Alphonse? Am I doing all that kind of stuff right? Um, or they have like Mustang where Mustang or they sorry like Armstrong, and Armstrong's like Armstrong is he's like, do I need to be in the army? Like I've done some things that are unforgivable with this whole war that I was a part of beforehand. Do I deserve what I have? And do I deserve to like work with this army, or do I need to do something different? Everyone has their own story that they really focus on and take the time to focus on, which is always nice. I think it's really good. There's a lot of philosophical stuff for sure. Exactly, yeah. And it's talked about in a way where it's not like making fun of them necessarily, but like it's definitely like it is making sure that the story is getting across and that people are um they're they're facing their problems head on in a way that feels right. So I think the story is really, really well done. The character that was kind of blacked out beforehand that I didn't want to like talk about in the beginning part is Hohenheim. I think Hohenheim is the best example of all of this. He carries the guilt of all of the people that he murdered from his time in I forget where it was. Um, but he did it. He made a philosopher's stone. He did that whole thing where it's like the whole process of alchemy is to make the philosopher's stone. You have to use real people for that. You have to kill so many people, and Hohenheim did that, and he lives with that guilt and that burden, and that is something that like he has to figure out on his journey, and that even includes leaving his sons because he doesn't know like what is right, and he doesn't know if he can trust them, like, or trust himself to work with them. Love in a world can have realistic moral conflicts within the context of magic elements. Exactly. Um, and like the thing is, it's like the alchemy is important in this story, but it's not like the main focus. Like alchemy is more used as a vehicle for um getting story from place to place. So like the thing is, it's like, yes, the Philosopher's Stone is important, but that's not like the whole thing. The whole point is you're trying to get Edward and Alphonse to learn the truth. You know, the truth within the truth, or whatever it is. So alchemy is just sort of like what they choose as a magic system to to explain their story. And I think that's fantastic. I think that's a really, really great way of doing it, because it's an interesting magic system. Everything kind of works the same. They stick with the idea of, like, what's it called? It's not transference. It's the law of whatever, where they have the law of transmutation, maybe? I don't know what it is. You can't have more matter. You can't make more matter than there is. You have to, like, transfer it. So all of that stuff is really good, and it's just a great kind of medium for it. My problem is sometimes they take a little too long to focus on some story elements, and it can slow the pace down tremendously in a way that's just kind of meh. Like, I think the Fort Briggs scenario is a little too long for me. And I think that, like, it's important in the story in general, but it definitely law of equivalent exchange. Yeah, you're right. And while that part in Fort Briggs is important, it slows it down in a way that, like, it's not that it makes it unwatchable, but it definitely, like, makes it less, I don't know, less digestible, I guess. And I know that when I got there by myself, it took me a while to just kind of move past and, like, get through that arc. I liked it at first, and then I just kind of got like, eh. But I think the villains are all really good. I think they do a really, really good job with a lot of these things. And so I do think that this show is really good in general. I think it does a lot with what it's given. And I'm very curious to watch the original Full Metal Alchemist, because I know it goes kind of crazy, and I'm super curious to see what they do with that, because what they have here is really, really good. But I'm interested in seeing it go kind of crazy in a different way with regular Full Metal Alchemist. The original is, phew. Yeah, that's what I hear. I will say it's also kind of, with this show, it's hard to how do I say it? It's hard to, yeah, it's really good. It's nuts for sure. It's hard because they don't necessarily tell you about how alchemy works. I don't know if that makes sense. I know they do an original FMA, but in Brotherhood, they don't really explain it too much, because they kind of expect you to have seen the first Full Metal Alchemist. And that was also kind of a thing where it's like, I want to know a little bit more about it and make sure I understand what's going on, because I think, if I recall, what I heard afterwards from, like, watching, like, analyses of FMAB is that the reason that they do this is because they make themselves into the transmutation circle when they do this. So, like, their arms are the transmutation circle, and they're able to just make it from that. I could be completely wrong about that, but that is what I was told, and I was like, huh, that's kind of an interesting thing. I wish they kind of explained that a little bit. Because they explain how they got the alchemy powers, but they don't really do much more than that. And I wish it was a little better explained so I can kind of understand it. Just because it's a magic system that I think works really well, but is not necessarily it's not necessarily a, I don't know. I wish I knew a little bit more about that, so I knew that it was kind of consistent. The description of the manga is definitely the best resource. They have it in a few sections, but I bet you can find it compiled online. Yeah, but again, I wish they told us about that in the show. Because like regular alchemy, they kind of explain, and they do that pretty well. It's just the specific with like our main characters and their specific alchemy. They didn't necessarily explain it super well. But so there's a lot of things that I think are good. I think the show is overall pretty good. And they do a lot of things right. And I think that like it is a solid show that like I see people when people say like, yeah, I love this show. I can understand it. I absolutely understand it. It's just like it's a show that's just kind of going to be timeless, I think. Like anyone could watch it at any time and they'll be able to like understand things super well. And I think that's just really great. It's a mark of a good show. I don't hate it. I think it's great. I think it's fantastic. But yeah, so I will say though, y'all are not gonna like my rating. Let me put debrief on. Debrief. Because yeah, so this is more on the subjective side of things of why it is rated here. But I'm giving it an 8. I think an 8 is still really good. I think 8 is extremely solid. I don't think it's bad. I think an 8's good. Again, this is more so a um the higher end that it goes is like the more that I would rewatch it or the more I would recommend it or the more like it was memorable to me. There's things that I don't necessarily remember about the show, and I wish like I knew more. Like I feel like it was there's a lot of memorable bits, but it's long enough for me to kind of forget a lot of those memorable bits. But I still think it's a fantastic show. I think an 8 kind of fits. Your ratings of a 10 are also pretty good. Like I'm not mad about that. I think that's a fine choice. So that brings our average to a 9. I think that works. 8 is criminal. What do you mean? How could I give Nina an 8? You know why I could? Daddy's hurt. Daddy's hurt. Daddy's hurt. The other one, by the way, dog, it should be exclamation mark S. I don't know why it's not working, but it wasn't working, so it's fine. But yeah, I do not hate the 10 here. I think this show is still a little overrated because I think I've seen shows that do it just like a little bit better. They do everything a little bit better, but this show is still just really, really solid. I think people are more nostalgic for this than like anything specifically. So like it's still a great show, but there are still points that it just kind of brings everything down just like a tad bit for me. Um like it's again it's on the scale of do I want to rewatch this? Do I want to recommend this? Do I remember a lot of the things? It's not necessarily like I think this show is a masterpiece and I'm going to do sort of stuff because there's shows that like I personally love, but I don't think other people would. AKA with Dr. Stone apparently. I thought Dr. Stone was going to be more popular. I can't believe y'all gave it a 5.5. I think that's criminal. I think that's criminally low. But all right. We have one more here. We're going to try to go through this a little quicker because I've been a little slow on this today. Great. Okay, and this is a 0 to 2. And then it's 3 to 4, 5 to 6, 7 to 8, 9 to 10. So for our next one, chat, and our last one of the night, we have Death Note. Chad, what do we think of Death Note? what do we have? If you do 1, you get your 0 to 2. If you do 2, you get 3 to 4. If you do 3, you get 5 to 6. And then we'll go and get a little more nitty gritty when we get there. But yeah. What do we think of Death Note? What do we think of Death Note? As y'all do that, I'll talk a little bit more about the show. When I think of best characters, it's kind of hard. I mean, like, there are only 2 characters that like everybody remembers. There's only 2 that I think are like extremely great. There's 2 that are just kind of meh. The best characters list is gonna be more for like characters that I think are good. I want to try to keep it to a minimum, like a 2 to 3 sort of thing. Maybe a 1 if I can. But it's one of those things where I try to limit as much, but with these more popular ones, there's a lot more characters that like I can be like, yeah, this is a great character. But so Matsuda, which is I believe Light's dad, who is Soichiro, it's his it's Soichiro's little partner, I guess. Soichiro, I think, is also just a fantastically done character. In a lot of ways, Light and L are basically like the top of the top, but I think L is the one who kind of takes it for me. I love L. I think he's a fantastic character. I think he's so good. There's so much that's written about him that's so good, and like when you like think about a lot of the things that happen, it's just there's so much. I can't wait to talk about it with like the spoiler stuff because I think it's really good, but at the same time, I would also say it's got its flaws. It does have its flaws. The memes are better than the series. It says a lot. Interesting. I'm surprised how low you guys are rating it. First half of the series wasn't bad. This is true. I'm going to talk about that. Don't you worry. For the openings, I'm going to be honest. I don't particularly care for either of them. I will say I like 2 more than 1 because the amount of times I go, "What up, people? What up, people? What up, people? What up, people?" to my friends is just more fun for me. So I like to put it up there, but like honestly, it's kind of equal. Same thing with like the endings for me. I don't really have too much to talk about those. But yeah, okay, so we're in a 5 to 6 range. Interesting. Okay. Death Note. 5, 5, 6, 6.5. Oh, there we go. IMDb for Netflix movie is better. The what? What is that, Enzo? All right, the second poll is up. To get a more specific rating on things. But yeah, I will say that like this show it's not as clean in sometimes as it really should be. But yeah, the endings and the openings, I don't particularly care. They're a lot more like death metal, which is kind of like it's not my style necessarily, so that's kind of where everything is at for me. So it's great, but not quite what I'm looking for with things. They're fine. They're not anything that I would like say is like amazing, but still pretty good. Sub or dub? I've only seen the dub, but the dub is good enough for me to be like, yeah, I don't need to see anything else. I like the dub a lot. I think the dub is really, really good. I think they do a great job with it. All the characters are very fitting. There's so many different things. You mean movie has Willem Dafoe? Show doesn't. Oh, true. I forgot about that. I forgot that the movie did have Willem Dafoe. That is very true. But I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know about that one. Where can you watch it? I believe you can watch it on Netflix and Hulu. I could be wrong about Hulu, but I'm pretty sure it's on Netflix. And where did I hear about it? So I basically heard about this from friends. This is one of those shows that like you kind of hear it everywhere. It's a very popular show in general that like you're gonna hear it from a lot of people. Um, so that's kind of where I heard stuff. Um, but yeah. Any more votes? Any more votes for the second round of Death Note? I'll close it in 10 seconds if you guys have not voted yet. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh. Any more? Kid Santa with the 1. Oh, man. I'll end it there. We'll end it there. So that looks like it's going to be a 5.5. Forgot second round of voting. Nah, you're good. Have I rated Soul Eater? It's not going to be on this one. It's not going to be on this one. Okay, Sanon says 3. I think it's a 5.5. I think a 5.5 is where y'all are landing at. So I think that works. Soul Eater. I have not rated Soul Eater yet. Soul Eater will come down the pipeline, I'm sure of it. But it definitely has it. Remember hearing about that way back in middle school, but you never watched it. Soul Eater? It's interesting. It's fine. I know where it's gonna be. I know which thing it's gonna be at. So we'll have an interesting time discussing that. But y'all are sitting at about a 5.5 for that. All right. So the synopsis of this show is that there is Light, who's this guy on the left here. If you see this, it's this guy. He is a gifted student who finds this book that can kill anyone whose name that he writes into it, and his face. Like he sees their face as well. So if he's thinking about their face, that is also, part of the thing. But after he's a little too careless, he finds himself in a cat and mouse chase with the world's greatest detective. So this happens a little bit more than I think episode 1, but I think it's enough of a synopsis to kind of make things sort of interesting. So would I rewatch the show? I think I would, but really only up to a certain point. So as Kit Santh kind of said, there is a bit of a point at which I would not really want to watch it more. I liked it. I think it's great. But there's some problems. There's definitely some problems. Would I recommend it? Absolutely. But again, really only to a certain point. I think this show does a great job with its premise of this whole cat and mouse chase between these two characters, that like it can carry itself super well. And I think that's great. I think that's the hallmark of a great show. So I think it's good. It's something I absolutely would recommend, but just kind of caution people as well. Could this be somebody's favorite? I know the people whose favorite show this is, which is it's pretty good, but there's still some problems with it for sure, as you guys say. And so let's do some little discussion. So, yeah, like I say, the premise is extremely well done. I think like they have this premise that's kind of set, and they do a lot with it. They make it so that they show off how smart these two characters are and just how great their relationship is. And sort of like how they're able to manipulate each other, and like Light has one goal, L has another goal, and whoever achieves their goal first is going to be the ultimate winner here. So this whole premise is, how are they going to one-up each other? And as they do one-up each other, how are they going to do it again? Because they just keep doing it. They go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. When you think one character has the other one, it's you find out that no, that's not the case. That was kind of like a trap that they set, in a lot of different things. You can understand why someone would absolutely love this, but it's in spite of a few things. And I think that's the general sentiment with this show. Let me switch over to spoiler. Let me switch over to spoilers, because I think like we've talked enough about it without this. But yeah, if y'all are planning to see or watch Death Note in any way, shape, or form, y'all have about 5 seconds before I drop the biggest spoiler from this entire show. That is extremely important to do stuff. But you honestly don't think that you could recommend this anime to people? Maybe because it really isn't my thing. Interesting. That's an interesting take for it. I think I could, but like again, it's literally up to a certain point. And it's also kind of because of another show that I really do. I do recommend this one. But yeah, if you haven't muted yet, I would mute in about. I'll give you 3, 2, 1. We gotta talk about L's death. The show should have ended at L's death. Like, plain and simple. You can't change how they do that. I think that, like, L and Light are so synonymous with each other. They're so tied to each other, and like their relationship kind of changes. And once L starts to actually like have a little bit of doubt in his mind and wants to be friends with Light and like actually kind of trusts him like a tiny bit. It's literally like a 0.0000001% more trust because it's actually like he's giving him a challenge. Light is finally giving him a challenge and like he's trying to figure it out and he's like he actually kind of wants to be friends. The second he does that, he loses because he gave up. He missed one sort of thing and I think like doing that is fantastic. Light never gives up on his goal, but L does. And once that happens, man, they just needed to end the show. Like, I understand that they needed to keep this going because it was the way that they had intended the story to go, I guess, but man, it would have been so much more impactful. It would have been so much more impactful. And then so high five. Can't recommend this one at all unless you're into Shonen Power Fantasy thing. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. True. The show went so downhill after that point. Yeah. Starting out with the elephant in the room, and then everyone noticed that the Death Note just fell off so hard. Yeah, I get it. There's a lot of different things. I think the thing is like when you have the Light and L sequences at the start, they do such a great job of like doing all sorts of things. Like Light losing his memories is wild. It's such a crazy scheme to just make things crazy and just have L not figure this whole thing out. The ending was also super scuffed as well. It just wasn't the same as L. That's the problem. Is like if they had hinted about Nier and Mello, I think it's Nier and Mello, maybe, but they don't. They just kind of show up, and it's like, oh, we're not done after Light kills L, huh? Really? Okay. And then, of course, Nier ends up winning because I mean it takes the combined efforts of Mello and Nier to beat Light, which is kind of an interesting thing, but yeah, Light loses and then how I forget how he gets shot. That's right. He gets shot by Matsuda and then he runs away and then he dies on the stairways between heaven and hell because that's his whole shtick is he used the Death Note and he can never go anywhere. I think there's a lot of great symbolism in this show. Like I think back on it and I'm like, man, there's so much good stuff, but they should have just ended it with when L died. That's like the biggest problem that I have with this show. That's why I say I want to rewatch it to a certain point because it's my one thing where it's like the rest of the show is so good. Um, Gotta have that Osmandius. Huh? What's that? Gotta have the downfall of the megalomaniac, though. Yeah, that's true. But it would just be so interesting if Light was the one that just won. I mean, he did win, but like if he just stayed as the winner and just stayed as Kira and no one was able to figure it out. It'd be so cool. I think it would just be super interesting. You wouldn't even have been near as bad if Nier wasn't just annoying stuff like a stuck up kid. Exactly. Brain immediately skips from L's death to the warehouse with the piece in his watch. Watched it like freshman year of high school. Should give it a rewatch. Ends up with a Breaking Bad reference. Ah, I see. Watching this once more wasn't more than enough. Yeah. And that's the thing is it's like I do think that this anime is really good, especially if you want someone to like understand that like not all anime is just about battling. Like if you think about like when you think anime, I'm sure people go to Dragon Ball, they go to Naruto, they go to One Piece, they go to maybe Full Metal Alchemist Brother. Like people who aren't into anime. And like this one is like it's a battle anime because of um it is a battle anime that is more so of the psychological level than it is the physical one. And I think that's what is really interesting. I think that's what makes the show a lot more interesting. It's just they kind of mess it up at a point. And I think that's the biggest problem with it. So like I can't make it a perfect score. I just realized I didn't get rid of the averages. I can't give the show like a perfect score. I think it's still pretty good overall. It's just, man, those last like 10 episodes, they're harder to watch. They're way harder to watch. Osmandius is like the most famous Breaking Bad episode as everything just goes to hell. Ah, I see. I see. I need to watch it. I do need to watch Breaking Bad so I can get the reference. But yeah, so I think Death Note is still overall pretty good. That's just my opinion on it. I could be kind of completely wrong, but yeah, I don't know. Is there anything else that y'all want to talk about with this? That's really the main thing that I wanted to talk about it because it's like I think it's great in the fact that it is a non-battle battle shonen anime. It's a good starter one to show people that like not all anime is just about fighting and stuff. I'm gonna type in debrief. Debrief. I'll do that as the last thing. All right, everybody. So with that, I will show you my score. My rating is probably a little higher than y'all's. It's not anything crazy, but like, it's a good starter. But don't demand people finish it if they don't like it after the first couple of episodes. Yeah, that's totally fair. I think you can usually get hooked on it at least in the first couple episodes, but I can see people kind of wanting to drop it. I wouldn't blame them for dropping it, but I do think it's a good starter to just kind of show that, like, yeah, not everything is just battle heavy. But my rating for it, I think it's a 7.5. I think it has its merits. It's not perfect, but I still think it does a decent job of what it's trying to do. You guys rated it not a 10. You guys rated it a 5.5. And if I do my math correctly, which I'm going to need to check. Let me check. 7.5 plus 5.5 divided by 2. It looks like it is a 7 is what we have. I was going to say it was a 6, but it's a 7. If y'all want me to drop it to 6, if y'all think I should drop it to 6, I'm down to drop it to a 6. That is up to you guys. Because I can go either way. 6.5 is alright. I have to do whole numbers on there. I have to do whole numbers as the thing, so it's like, well, I might be able to do that. So like that's the thing is like as a 0.5, I usually round up. If y'all really think I should round it down to a 6, I'm down to round it down to a 6. 6.5. Six is good. Become YMS. Oh, true. Closer to a 6 than a 7. Yeah, I mean it's up to you guys. I put it at 7.5. To be fair. I mean, you know, it's one of those things. It's one of those things. I'll move it down to a 6. I think a 6 is fair. So, with that, let me do this. I don't know how to do this. So, so we're going to add it to the list. We did that one. I'll just do these all at the end. Oh, I forgot I have to do all these. I'll go back and rate things specifically. I'll just do the first seasons of stuff. Or I'll just rate them all the same. I don't know. It's not necessarily true. I forgot that they do it by season. What was it? We talked Dr. Stone. We talked Demon Slayer. We talked about Full Metal. Full Metal Panic? What? Prototype. Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. Is this the right one? This is the right one. Yeah, it's number 2. It's got to be the right one. And then the other one is, what's the other one? Death Note. Okay. So how do I do this? Reviews? Write a review. Anime review. Do it for ranking. We said this one was a 9, correct? Episodes, we watched all of them. Oh, how do I, can I just, there we go. I'm assuming that's how I do this. Full Metal Panic is so good. What is Full Metal Panic about? Because I keep seeing it and I'm like, it's just Full Metal Alchemist. 6 out of 10, let's go. Series makes you feel things and most of them are negative. You're going to go with a 4. Hey, fair enough, fair enough. Review text. Check out my Twitch. Should I do that, chat? Would I recommend it? Absolutely. No spoilers. I don't know. What do I want to write anything? I'm gonna have you guys do this next time. I'm gonna be like, who wants to write a witty thing? It's pretty good. You know what? Should I? Okay, hold on, chat. I'm gonna do one poll here. We're gonna do a poll. One last poll. Do I add my Twitch to the now? Oh. I need you guys to do that. Chaos ensues. Oh, it's a high school robot anime. Soldier gets put into high school, do a bodyguard girl. Has no idea how high school works. I see. I see. But chat, should I do it? Should I add my Twitch to the Mao review? I'll give it a couple minutes. I review shows at Twitch TV. Oh no. Oh no. Looks like I'm doing it. If you want to see my full view, and YouTube. Well, it looks like I'm doing it. Is that right? I don't know if that's the right channel. I'm finishing it there. We're finishing it there. Let me do that. Eh. Why can't I get it? Okay. There we go. There we go. That works. I can always review this. I can always review this if I have to. Bro, what? Just let me publish it. Does it have to be that? There's no way. Chat, what am I doing wrong? Can I just do a this is a 9 out of 10. I don't know how to use social media, chat. If y'all don't know, I'm just gonna hold off for now. I'll just do this afterwards. Cause there's a little more that I want to talk about. There's a little tiny bit more. I'm gonna hold off for now. I'll finish this later. I'm gonna do this later. So for now, let's just go back to the PowerPoint. Let's finish this thing off. Okay, there we go. All right, chat. So, as a little bit more of a debrief, just for those of you on YouTube, I don't know why I didn't start off with the YouTube thing, but if you guys are on YouTube, did you guys agree with my list here? Did y'all agree that it's a starter anime? Yeah, there you go. Okay, there's the YouTube video thing. But yeah, so for you YouTube videos, your YouTube viewers, do you guys agree with my list? Do you all agree with all the different ratings that I gave it? I hope you all did. I think I did a great job. Do you agree that they were great starter animes? What would you guys add, or what would y'all change about my ratings? What do we got here? What kind of different things? There's a couple other shows that I definitely wanted to recommend as like starter ones, but it's not necessarily the same thing. I just wanted to kind of keep it a little bit. Keep it to a simple 5 for the first one, just to kind of see how everything ran, and then just figure out things later. So there'll be some more that show up for sure that I'll probably say I would recommend as one of your first ones. If y'all have any suggestions, leave it in the comment section below. And yeah, tell me what I got wrong about these shows. Just make sure that y'all tell me in the comments. Yell at me as much as you can. Do all those different things. And if you like this video, please send it to someone that you think would like it. And drop a like, drop a sub if you can. And yeah, stop by the Twitch. There's another the next time there's a live one, because you can vote. You can do all these votes and change my mouse specifically. So check the description down in the video. And I really appreciate all y'all YouTube videos for being here. And I will catch you guys next time. Ciao, ciao for now. Thank you guys so much for being here. Ciao, ciao for now. Hope you had a good one. Bye-bye. All right, now this one's for the Twitchers. This is for the Twitch chat. Hi, YouTube. Oh, everyone said hi, YouTube. Oh, y'all said go watch Superman and Lois. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. You have to do that on yours, Doc. Doc, you have to do that on yours. But so for you guys, this is for you guys specifically, because they're not going to see it. Yeah, you'll get special treatment because you're here. What'd y'all think of this? What did y'all think of Mount Mondays? I enjoyed this. I had a great time. Peace. You're twitching so bad. Nah, you're hijacking? I mean, you probably would. It would be surprising if you didn't. Yeah, so what do we think of this Mount Monday section? It's twitching time. You enjoyed it? You already sent some recommendations? For shows or for things to change? Thank you guys. Thank you guys so much for stopping by. It was fun. You kind of regret being so opinionated. No, I need you guys to be opinionated. That's the whole point of this. Because I get to banter off of you guys being opinionated. It's what I need. It's what I need. So please be more opinionated. Thank you. shows. Okay, perfect. I may have seen them. I've seen a ton of shows. I have a whole list of things. Also, Sandon and Kitsanth. I'll send you guys some links because I didn't know that y'all watched shows, like watched anime. I would love to have y'all on here at some point to just talk about some of these shows. So if y'all have a show that you want to specifically talk about, I'll send you guys a list and I can get you guys scheduled in for another date. I would absolutely love to do that and have a little bit of a collaboration on. But yeah, so do you think this is a segment to kind of keep on my channel? I think it was fun. I think it's an interesting sort of thing that we can do. Very fun to talk with all of y'all in general about these shows. It's gonna get more obscure over time is the problem. Why do we get a bonk? What did I do? Is there anything that I should change too? Did y'all see anything? Anything that I should kind of keep change or like do whatever I did? I'm not a fraud. It's not New Year's. It's not New Year's. Oh my gosh. That one's kind of loud because I don't have music. I need to next time I think what I need to do is I need to have Audacity running so I can actually have music in the background. I just realized that's probably what I can do because then if I have the Audacity run, I can have music going in the background and y'all can just do some stuff. You must upgrade the tier lists. What do you mean by that, Enzo? Don't think I can do this every Monday because eventually I run out of things to talk about. This is true. So the idea is I do it every other Monday. So this Monday I have this. I do this and talk with people and just do all this stuff. Next Monday it's going to be a video. We're going to put it on YouTube. It's going to be edited down, all different, like just some talking points. Doing all those different things, and then the week afterwards we're going back and doing another Monday show. So we'll do another thing, and so it's just gonna be on and off, on and off, on and off. I have the Audacity to run Audacity. I do. More color in the backgrounds. Okay, good to know. I'll probably do that. I could probably figure out a way to do that. Yeah, I figured more pictures might be a good thing. I just didn't know what to do. I kind of want to edit it. Like on Twitch, I don't know how to make it more visually appealing necessary, but like editing in scenes from the shows, I think might be helpful on the YouTube, but also that's going to be a lot of work. I got to figure out how I want it edited. It's great to see so many opinions and the similarities in what people like and dislike. Yeah, it's very interesting. There's things I thought people would really like and things I thought people would really hate, and it changed a lot. Tier list would be a great idea. Yeah, I could do a tier list as well and start getting those set up. Add a new thing to look at. Yeah. I might do that for like the characters. It's just I'm trying to figure out like a way to make it look nice with some stuff. But yeah, so tier list might be a good thing. Add more color in the background, maybe some more images or something. Okay. Good. Do y'all want to do anything more with involvement? Because like basically, like I want to try to like talk with y'all and like during these times and just kind of like be like, oh, I'm just kind of like the arbiter of conversation here. So I want to do that. But are there other things that session Discord channel good place for that? Yeah, absolutely. Yep. Feel free, Kit Cynthia. Put some suggestions in the Discord if you haven't already. Absolutely. But yeah, like most of the involvement I have is y'all get to vote on one of your things, and then we average the scores. And then the second thing is that like I chat with y'all about the shows in general before we give the final take. So we'll I think that'll work. But yeah, I think that's all I had. Sweet. That's all I had. If y'all have any other suggestions, I would appreciate it. Have an anime channel in the Discord. I'm pretty sure do I not have one? I thought I did. I feel like I did. Let me see. I do. Yeah, anime and manga. I do indeed. Yeah, I think I asked for a suggestion a while ago. I was like, I'm finishing up Fairy Tail. What should my next one be? And then someone said FMAB. Someone said Yu Yu Hakusho, Cowboy Bebop. Someone said Mob, Blue Lock, IQ. You missed it. Nah, you good. You good. But yeah, I think that's the good wrap for the first Mal Monday. I'm gonna try to have this thing edited by next Monday. We'll see how it goes. I got to work with some folks and try to get this thing out because I think it'll be important to have both of these, and so having the YouTube and the Twitch is gonna be a big thing to do. But I hope you guys enjoyed it. I had a lot of fun. I need to be more concise with my thoughts too, and just have more talking points. I think I kind of just rambled on about things. Um, Also, I just realized I need to fix that. I gotta figure out a way. Is there any way we can edit that in post, Doc? The ratings being on screen. I'm assuming we can. We can just put a white thing there. We will a white square. Um, but yeah, I think what's it called? Why this thing? This you see how that's there? Yeah, we'll just have to fix that. Oh, they'll have to fix that. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed. I had a great. This was a fun stream. This was awesome. We'll have to figure this out. I'm gonna get the mal updated in a second, and you know, enjoy watching that whole thought process live. True. Throw in some shows that you absolutely hate and get chat really going. Oh, I have a couple of those. There's a couple of those where I think it's gonna be a little bad. I just want a bigger chat for that. Once we have a bigger chat that will actually argue with me and actually yell at me, it's going to be great. Also, y'all feel free to yell at me. Feel free to be like, you are completely wrong about this. Because that is good content. That's what we need. Thanks for the stream. Of course. Let me see who is live. Let me see who's live to raid. Anybody in particular? Let me see. Anybody y'all think we should raid? Thought chat roasted me good during Dr. Stone. They did. I want more stuff like that. You know what I mean? Let them berate me. Let them berate me as much as possible. Missed most of the Dr. Stone review. So sad. Santa, what do you think of Dr. Stone? I hope you think it's positively of it. I love that show to death. I think you guys have underrated it. Personally, I think you have underrated it. Oh, you haven't seen it? Okay, well, that's fine. If you haven't seen it, you haven't seen it. But let's go raid. Sandon, is it Fairy Telly? We might as well go raid. They're playing Lethal Company. Fairy Telly was there last night. I think Santa was doing a collab with Fairy Telly last night. That's the only one that I can recognize as being on here. Smaller. It looks like it's a smaller channel. Go watch it on YouTube. True. Yeah, I need y'all to push stuff. Push stuff out when you can. Yeah, we might as well go raid Fairy Telly. Let's go say hi. Thank you guys so much for stopping by. This was great. We're going to have the video out at some point, so I really appreciate y'all being here, making that content possible. We'll be back here with some Unite tomorrow. And yeah, we'll figure some things out. I really appreciate y'all being here. I will say ciao for now. This is a great stream. I'll get the Mal Monday update or the Mal list updated, and we'll figure this thing out too. But yeah. Bye all. It's been 4 hours. We've been talking about anime for 4 hours. It's great. We love it. But ciao, guys. Ciao.